All right, welcome. I'm gonna be starting my homework assignment, which is doing the discussion board based on this documentary on YouTube. And then, yes, all right, let's click reply just so we can start it off. Now, the soundtrack is an important factor to determine the success of the movie in every kind of movies, such as drama, comedy, thriller, horror, or action. Filmmakers include some soundtracks. It enhances the cinematography as well as acting. When the right kind of music is used to the right scene, then it becomes an unforgettable piece of art because it leaves a strong impression in the hearts of the audience. It forms such an integral part of the scenes that without it, it can't be imagined. Watch this S excerpt on the cutting edge, the magic of the movie editing. This is a link of a documentary. Please watch sections 39 to 41. Oh, I watched the whole thing. Editors Pietro Sayali and Tina Hirsch. Pedro Skelly, Black Hawk Down, 39 to 40. And Tina Hirsch on Dante's Inferno from 40 to 41. Discussion board after watching the excerpt from Cutting Edge, Magic of Movie Editing. Please answer the questions below. Let's copy paste the questions. Copy, paste, delete this because we don't need that one. Put one dot, two dots, three dots, and four dots. Then we do boom, 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 and boom. Yep. List three things that were new to you that stood out from the excerpt from the cutting edge. Dun, 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 I honestly have no idea what 39.
There was no
Yeah.
air there that you couldn't take.
And we just play from there, and then hopefully I see what I have to see.
You couldn't draw a breath, and it became that much more intense because of it. To me, sound is very important. I create the sound template that is both the sound effects and temporary music that evokes anything. I worked with Per Hallberg, who's a sound designer, and we discussed, for example, in Black Hawk Down, the incursion of the Blackhawks entering into Mogadishu. It was almost like a ballet, a science fiction ballet, people landing on a different planet. I was not interested in hearing all the helicopters, only music, showing from subjective point of view. So this idea of
Um, is interesting how just the music can invoke a atmosphere, fear, right? Invoke atmosphere and invoke an atmosphere that gives the viewer an experience it depends on the scene whether or not sound should be the focus or if music is. Reminds me of YouTube AMV that is scenes of a show and music that represents it. So, like a music video. All right. What's the next part?
Science fiction, when I was putting the scene together, just inspired me to use almost no sound. I remember that the real Black Hawk pilots wanted to see the footage, so when they showed them in assembly, they were really moved. One guy goes to inside and says, "Man, I don't know, this looks great. I got goosebumps. These were the guys that were there, you know, and it felt real to them."
There was a scene in Dante's Peak where Pierce Brosnan has to walk back through a long tunnel to his truck, and the tunnel is about to collapse.
Then opposite is also true with how you have to focus on little sounds in order to make the scene feel complete, as in an intense situation you would be absolutely focused on the situation at hand and not want to be disrupted by the music. What's the third thing?
And you hear the sound, the little sound of sand like falling down the walls. So at one point, the music editor asked me to see, and she proceeded to put music on it. And I looked at it and I said, oh, that doesn't work at all. Because
That's like the
suddenly I'm
old
hearing
time
music,
music.
I'm hearing all that stuff, that tiny little sand thing that makes me scared. If you were in a really dangerous situation, your ears would be so open and hearing every little tiny sound. It just has music smushed over it. You know, it takes away that sense of listening with all your might. I mean, if I were the character, I'd say, turn it off, I can't hear. The advent of sound.
All right. Well, I ran out of stuff to write. What else would I write? Focus and experience. We're not focused positions. Okay. I technically got all 3 points across. And then I got a little extra with my AMV nonsense. How did editor Pietro Scali use sounds in Black Hawk Down? Editor Pietro Scalia used minimal sounds in Black Hawk Down in order to convey intensity through music. Editor Tina Hershey talks about the reason why she doesn't think music should be in Don't Speak, but Scene explain why he's did not want music in the scene within Dante's Peak, as the focus of the scene was in the intensity of the situation and the isolation and feeling of you have to get out, and to accomplish that, the audience needs to feel every bit of the scene, which includes the tiny particles of sand falling down as the cave was collapsing. So you feel like you are there. Also, the fact that music would hinder the experience by not letting the character or the viewer concentrate on situation that they are involved in. What type of music do you think of using in version 2 of X-Ray? I would be thinking of using suspenseful music in order to portray the intensity, or I could use some more upbeat and funny music to indicate that this is not as serious scene as it is portrayed, and also um, expands. What's the word? Elevates, elevates the clumsiness of the security guard as they cannot find the intruder even if they are right in front of them. Period. Clumsiness, intruder, elevates the portray. Music portray the intensity of upbeat funners indicate. Okay. Do that. Let's do that. All right. Seems more cool. Okay. Post. Go to the next one. Well, that's a lot of things you wrote. Three things that stood out to me were one, how the music helped create some. Okay, let's see what they wrote. In my version 2, I don't want to be overbearing with the music. For me, the film doesn't necessarily need long pieces. If we go with. I was also thinking of not including um, a score on the X-ray footage and let it play out with the intensity of the sounds, but um, that is what the first version is for, and second version requires a soundtrack. All right, post. I think that is somewhat successful, but softly to complain. The caution attempting to not get caught while trying to achieve mission, yet harboring concerns about being discovered. People are actually writing the word count. I will not check the word count. You must include word characters. Ain't no way. Shoot. All right, how many words do I got? Copy. Let's actually take this to Word. Word. Bird. Bird's the word. Bird. Bird's the word. Don't you know? The bird is the word. Everybody sells. The bird is the word. I got the bird. Bird's the word. I've got the bird. Let's remove the questions and just have an actual responses, and they are 282. And let's edit this. Word count 282. Done. All right, let's copy this. Copy. Control A. Control V. 40 words. Oh shoot, just cancel. Edit. Word count 40. Done. And then for this one, we want. I was also thinking of going to the suspenseful route in terms of sound track that version 2 would be using to also emphasize the seriousness of the heist, heist. But a second alternative would be a goofy type of score, as it would show off the clumsiness of the security, as well as implying that the heist is not as serious as it seems. So there is two. So there can be two ways that I thought, and shows two meanings based on the sound track. Period. Let's see. A, Control C, A. Ah, welcome. Scary. So Control C, A, Control V, and then word count. Count is 81. And oh, all right, that should be enough. Now we're done with this. We go to the next one, which is watch the version ones of the previous people. You have posted a couple of X-ray students projects from previous years. These projects will give you an idea of what the students have done to sound design in the past. I hope this helps. Get ideas of sound design and sound editing. Please note that there's no music in this version. Put a pair of headphones if you want to hear a lot more. I went for a completely different approach to this. That implies that he was near with the damn, that is loud. That is true. It's giving video game noises. This man has got colon cancer. It's the sound of electricity. Man is just standing there. Oh, feeling Pink Panther music here. That's kind of what I'm getting. Wow. All right, there two. Ow. It was so loud. I'm hearing the sound effects actually sound way better. They're using the same audio click for the for the cameras. And I also finished my chicken and fries. Yeah, I also didn't think he would talk. Yeah, he's got pretty heavy footsteps. Considering his size. So this seems pretty lore accurate. You know what I mean? Not bad. Yeah, it's fine. It's my bad. I mean, the effects are absolutely pretty good for this one. That's all I could say. Damn, even the car start. One thing I don't like is the CCTV noise. It just sounds like film reel or like a clicky noise for like a the bike or something. That's the kind of vibe I'm getting from that. Oh shoot. That went hard. Not gonna lie. Oh, honestly, pretty impressive. I wasn't even thinking about the car noises. That car noise in particular. Damn, this one is really immersive. I thought the other one was immersive, but damn, this one really gets you. Ooh, damn, the intensity, and like the heartbeat and damn. This one's basically completed. Holy shit. Looks so real. Never mind. Okay, that one felt better. Okay, okay. They're cooking, they're cooking. Damn, the most absolutely terrifying for like the CCTV noise. I'm sorry, Poopy. Oh, that gives more like evil robot noise than actual like CCTV noise. You know, like like a Terminator noise. You know. Damn, this man was revving it. Wow, you guys really know how to edit sound. And here's the last one. Yeah, that's what I thought too. I'm pretty sure this was filmed in front of the school. This is the school. You know, you know. This is pretty old footage, so I don't think this building is here no more. I think this was filmed in the basement of the music room. Either that or the basement of the art room. I feel like it's more the music room since they have a oh there's not even any footprints. Um because the art room is like inside the campus. Like the music room is like near the parking lot. Yeah, they really like didn't use like a lot of sound effects for this one. Either that or the audio's gone. Damn, they only submitted half of the audio. But here, audio here, audio gone there. Incomplete. Oh damn. Yo, no you didn't. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the film the rest of the way. Yeah, they didn't finish this. And mark is done. Exit. And then this is where I do the editing. You do the rough cut, means edit sounds for the movie. Sync the sounds to the picture, sync the meaning. For example, do 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 do. Huh. And so you work on the sound for 30 seconds of film, then we take what sounds we want to hear. There's 30 seconds, move to the next 30 seconds. We're going to paste and put music in this version. Alright. Start working on this. I'm using CapCut Desktop because it is free. This ever loads. All right. Show me your second eye. I gotta start working on it a little bit. But after watching those clips, I feel like I'm missing a lot. I mean, I just do like 30 seconds of it, but like still, there's like 3 minutes, 3 minutes and 14 seconds. Right, we are here. Door close. Oh shoot. Audio. Sound effect. Door close. Nope. Yes. Nope. There. I would put this. Okay. Zoom in. This here. Okay, a little bit more to the back. Oh. Alright. Feels a little fast. Alright, let's put another sound of steel door closing. Oh. Alright. Let's put kicking the wood. Nope. 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 Let's go. This is all music. Wait, you can't hear the audio, can you? Let me check. You cannot. Give me that. Where would I put this? I'll just add it to the scene. Add audio capture. Add this. And then let's just go to kick. Let's go with no. 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 Damn. Give me like this is giving me more what's it called? Smash Bros than actual kicking or like fighting game. That's not what I want. Let's search up sliding. Maybe there's better. Hmm. Damn. Alright, let me put a filter on this. A limiter. Oh shoot! What am I doing? Let's put it up to 35 works. Nope. Nope. Yes. A little Oh, yes. Orgasmic. All right, let's do the walking because I got. You know what? Let's put street. Danny the street. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Oh shoot. Nope. Nope. I hate how I look for sound effects and it gives me music. Sweet ambient. Yeah, no, that works. Oh, Alright, let's put that there. And then go from. And let's lower this audio a little more. That's way too loud. Low. This isn't loud enough. There we go. Core open. Yeah, who's that? Heard of. Someone was in this room with me right here, right now. Bing. No. Beep. Not core horn. Maybe. Nope. Maybe. We'll go for the beep. Alright, you know what? Let's Control C, Control V. Then let's zoom in. Soon as. Don't do that. One short beep. Two short beep. Okay, Control C. Space attributes. Oh. Yes, space. Let's shorten that. Do that. Less. Okay. Grab these two. Control C. Control V. Move these slightly there. Alright. No. Do. And lower. Less. Another one of this. Alright, let's try it again. Control V. There's probably a different sound. Nope. Maybe this one. And delete all this. And then we Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V. Put that there. Put that there. Put that there. Control V, V, Control V, Control V, Control V. Okay. Put this closer. Oh, closer. 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 Whoop. Whoop. And closer. Now if I do this. Holy shit, that fucking went hard. I actually did it. I'm a genius. You gotta do the little beepity beep beep. Alright. Oh shit, man. It's going. I should probably do the CCTV noise that I added. Where's this? Let's grab these two. Copy. Let's put it over here. Start from there. Control V. There. Up. Let's grab those two. Stops there. Then we don't have another CCTV incident until might as well. And low. Yeah, add a little noise. Oh, oh. I was about to say I lost my marker. Okay, keep going. Here. The last CCTV in the ending. Yo, welcome. No, you didn't. Then we add that. Replace that. 3, 2. There. That right there. And we hold it until there. Okay. I put another one here, but we cut it there. Okay, so let's grab this. And both of you, there we we go. And now we go around there. So V. Oh, wrong one. All right, until. Oh, this whole thing is just CTV. Yeah, duplicate this here. Another duplicate. Another duplicate. Wow, there's another duplicate. Another duplicate. Still not done. Another duplicate. Okay. Another duplicate until it ends here. Let's grab these two and shrink. There we go. And now we just go back to the beginning. Okay. Okay, heels. Yep, that one goes here. And we go back to there. Look how it sounds. There. Yeah. Ends here. There. Okay. Then we have to. Oh wow, that's a big that's a big one. Okay, let's all the way there. And then we don't need that again until right about here. Okay. Let's copy C, copy V, zoom in. All right. Then end this right with this. All right. Let's go back over here. Yo. Thank you. All right. From there, I need to make a little camera shake option. I need to add some footsteps. Footsteps. Footsteps of shoes. Alright, let's add this here. Okay, he stops walking here. And stop. Okay, so look, I need to go a little backer for this. Okay, a little more. Okay. Forward. do this and then do a little tomfoolery with the. Oh, not that. I'm gonna grab this thing. Yep. Yep. That's not what I want. Make it look interesting. Very much so. So let me put some music while I BRB for a second. It's not gonna show the music, is it? Alright, I'll be back in a bit.
Shop and find, tell me which one am I? Am I never flickering, fading, matter intangible, and yet what's more I yearn for something greater? Am I a whisper here in an instant, vanishing just as fast? Well, please tell me I at least can say I am adequate.
No, you didn't. Meanwhile, I'm over here with watching my TikToks. Meanwhile, it's not even like normal ass TikToks. It's like old shows clips, and I'm right now watching Static Shock clips, as you can clearly hear right now.
Virgil, this is crazy. But if I ever get us out of this, I promise I'll give up this superhero stuff.
See, and Devontae the One. It's basically my whole ass feed. Just Static Shock and Devontae the One. Oh, my back. And I'm trying to like sit cross on my chair. Very squeaky chair. And then see and copy this. Oh, a little more here. A little bit of this. Nope. A little bit of. Okay, let's try again. Okay. Less. Oh yeah. A little less on this side. Less. Less. There we go. That's what I want to hear. Stop and then try this one more time. Control V. Oh man. Alright, from here we do another one. And then from here, another one. This time you expand it all the way. C, V, less, less. There, there, and then check my work. Going back here. Oh yeah, that's what we're talking about. Okay. Room. There's some room tone. Let's put this down here. Let's lower that here. Let's see. Let's do this a bit. Oh yeah, you could tell the authentic noise, room tone. And it's a consistent noise, which is good. It just sounds like microphone audio, but it enhances everything. It just sounds so good with it on. You guys can hear the noise, right? I'll do this. Yeah. All right. From here we let's copy this portion. Keys, Control C. Yo, hello, and what does that mean? I don't know what that means. You're gonna have to explain words. Nope, that's not what I want. I want this noise. Control C, Control V, and that goes there. Does this expand? Nope. Let's lower the audio for that. Okay, just a little. Okay, grab this noise. Control C, Control V, Control C, Control V. Push this here. Oh, damn. Nope, that's not what I want. Maybe this noise. Control C. Control V. No. Alright, I don't understand what I can only assume is Russian. Use the same audio for here. Okay. Ah, scary. Okay. I don't know how this is scary, but alright. This is scary. Okay, I need a closing sound. Take that and place it right here. There we go. Make it a little less loud. About there. Ooh, okay. Let's make this less loud. A little louder. Just, but, oh, that audio went perfect. Did it not? Uh, turn on. Okay, that could work. Let's go to here and place this right there. Then, ooh, let's grab the sound of C. V. here. Lower this audio. There we go. Put it away. Okay. Folder. Folder. Fold. Nope. Paper. Nope. Alright, let's put this right here. Right. Approximately there. There. Oh yeah. Let's do another one of this. Copy C. Copy V. Okay. Okay, let's put this right over here. Okay, and then we get paper the sounds. This one goes here. Okay, not yet. Wait for it to open, which would be here. Let's place this right there. Lower the audio. Let's you know what? Maybe. Let's put this right here. Let's lower the audio. That. Move this a couple centimeters. Oh! Yeah, let's go. Let's put the audio down. No, you didn't. Let's do another one of this. Control C. Control V. These. Control C. Control V. Nope. Too early. Let's do put that there. Oh yeah. Let's go there. Now we need this again. Control C. Control V. Nope. Just a couple more seconds up. Control C. Control V. Grab this. Control C. Place it back in there. Nope, too early. A little bit more this way. Oh, too late. Alright, let's move this a little there. Oof. Another one right there. Nope. Right there. Then we gotta fix the rest of the paper noises. Alright. Buzz. Extra Z. Other Z. Nope. Nope. Do you use Z? Okay, you know what? That could work for the recorder. Put this here and do this. Let's lower this by a bit. Lower this by a lot. And then go back. Let's see what that does. I feel like that could be closer. Put this up here. Nope, a little bit closer. Cough. Let's do a. Nope, a little more to over here. Oh yeah. Can I put like an echo? Channels. None. No. Voice changer. No. Echo. No. That's too echoey. Less strength. Less strength. What if I increase the quality? I mean the strength and decrease the. Damn. Yeah, that works. I guess. Oh yeah, I forgot to put the footstep. about to do a lot of things. Now for this one, let's place it. Trophy. Starts walking around. Okay, she stops walking here. And then go back here and you add walking here. You only need it for 2 steps. Perfect. Ain't no way that actually fits. Alright, you know what? Let's find some insects though. Insects sounds. Yeah, let's add that here. Something there? Yes, there is. Okay. Something is also here. So let's put this. Oh shoot. Undo. Let's hold that there. Welcome. Alright. Now we move it. Yikes. Okay. I'm supposed to move it here. And then all the way to here. Down there. Open it. Put that there. Put that there. Shrink out. Put this in there. That shouldn't cause problems. There we go. Perfect. And this could go there. And copy C. Copy V. Go there. I need to lower the audio of the beep, 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 beep. For all of these, grab. And then let's see if I could lower them all. Negative 18. Negative 18. Negative 18. Negative 18. Not negative. 18. Okay. Can't get it. Negative 18. Negative 18. Negative 18. Negative 18. Okay. Oh yeah. That sounds more car-like. I don't think think I have to turn this in right now. So I'm gonna let that save. This is due on not today, that's for sure. What I do have to work on is this though. Because that is due today, right? Okay. Wireframe discussion, and the slacks is on Saturday. Alright, what part did I not do? I completed this already, I'm assuming. What did I complete? Assignments. Slacks. Modules. And these were due the 12th. And these were due the 15th. I'm assuming I completed these. Checking. Okay, submitted. Submitted. Okay, let's put this down. We gotta do this one next. For module 6, right? The next slacks. Yeah, module 6. Melted ice. Delicious. Man. Alright. A bunch of stuff. Search for things. Let's go exit this. Exit this. Exit this. Start that. Start that. Start that. Definitely. Let's go with the lectures first. And then that's lab 1, lab 2. The question is, where is lab 2? Alright, let's go with Amazon Guard Duty and Amazon Mercy. This is Marcy and Guard Duty.
Hi, guys.
This is the lecture, the Guard Lab. Guard Duty Lab, Marcy lecture. I'm assuming in the lecture. For Guard Duty. For the lab. I'm just gonna put this here. Keep tabs for the site. Download this. Save. Quick instructions. We're watching the lecture videos. You know what? We're watching the not.
All right, welcome everyone. Anyone that cannot hear me? Great, excellent, let's get started. So, this session, I truly believe, if you take the learnings from it, you can actually save a good job for your organisation. I've been in cybersecurity and architecture for a long time, and I think everything's good in hindsight, right? This is the hindsight session. Take what you learned today, actually action it. And if you already know what I'm going to present, then try to iterate on it, and then share it back with the community through open source projects. So that's my challenge to you all today. We're going to be going through an introduction to the architecture framework. Then we're going to move on to 5 areas of security in the architecture framework. Now, I've been guilty many times of putting incident response last in every presentation, so now for the first. Right, so we're going to do incident response first, and it should be front of your mind as well. And then we'll move on through section and identity and access management in the other areas. So the three key links that you need to know for today in this session, you're welcome to take a photo, is the first link is the main homepage for Well Architected Framework. The second is a web version of all the white papers, and they're frequently updated with little tweaks and updates over time. We also have a Well Architected Labs website, which is that one, which is also stored in GitHub, in the Well Architected Labs GitHub repo. This is being in GitHub, it's open source. So it's very simple hands-on labs from introductory through to advanced topics, so you can actually learn hands-on. And if you have any feedback, you can either pull request or submit an issue in GitHub for us, so I really appreciate that feedback. So, I'd like to ask the question, are you well architected? There's 5 pillars of well architected. We start off with operational excellence. It's really good to know what your business priorities are and how you operate your workload. And when I say workload, I mean a group of applications that delivers a business value. Right, so my ERP system is a workload which comprises many different applications and suites. Then we move on to the most important pillar, which is security. We move through reliability, performance efficiency, and finally cost optimization. So these are 5 pillars that make up the well architected framework. Big history. So started off in 2012. There's just a conversation with our customers that our architects had. It was, are you well architected? So what do we mean by that? Well, let's put it up. We took all these learnings from working with customers and developed the framework over time. I'm really proud that we launched our first self-service tool in the AWS console late last year at the re:Invent conference. So you can now use the tool to evaluate your architecture. You can evaluate it even in the design phase, all the way through to production, continue to iterate and improve the best practices that you're following. Also last year and 2017, we released our partners. So partners, specialized accredited partners, can go in and do a review with you and help you with your remediation efforts. So partners, individuals, all pro-certified and have been on our specialist training, so they can absolutely help you with that. So we think about well architected to help you build and deploy faster, lower mitigate risks, and so on. It's really about delivering the business value. So again, we try back to operational excellence. What is the value that you're delivering in this particular workload, this suite of applications? The well architected tool, we're building out multiple regions globally. We recently launched Sydney. We haven't told Max in. I'd love for Sydney region lots. You can use it as a learning tool. So even if you use the tool just as learning, you might try out, say, the security pillar, that's fine. As long as you're getting something out of it. It is free to use in the console. So what should you do first? I often get customers that say, okay, I've done a well architected review. I've got lots of high-risk issues in security. Like, where do I start? I don't have all the time in the world to go and fix it. So start with identity and access management. So if you're having shared root credentials everywhere, obviously that's something that you want to fix first. So from that, move on to using automation. So I've got automation next here because you can use automation to do everything else. Technically, you can actually use automation to create identity and access management things, but using automation. Then move on to detective controls. So have you turned on guard duty, cloud trail, and all those detective services. Then you prepare for incident. Yes, we'll put it last now, but you should actually get identity and access management right first. So these are 4 critical things in the order in which I recommend you do them. We have a number of design principles for security well architected. So starting off with identity and access management and finishing off with being prepared for incident, that is incident response. Probably one of the most critical ones besides automation is keeping people away from data. You don't want administrators or end users or business users to directly gain access to data because people make mistakes and people are going to do something wrong with that data. They could corrupt it, they could delete it, or they could share it outside your organization unintentionally. So it's really critical to keep people away from data. And later on in the session I'll have some insights on how you can do that. So this is actually a true story. Once I was handed a WordPress site and I was told to secure it, and it was on in AWS and VPC. So what I'm going to do throughout the session is build upon this sample architecture. So you can see I've simply got a single EC2 instance, I've got a custom API backed by Lambda. I'm using EFS for storage for the WordPress site. I'm using some fundamental services like SNS for notifications and S3 for storage of the content data. So what I'm going to do is build out this throughout, and I'm going to score it. I'm going to rate it based on the questions, the 11 security questions in the well architected pillar. And these represent, these red boxes here represent the critical issues for each of the questions. And you can see I've done a review and I'm completely red. I don't have, I'm not following any best practices. I have a lot of critical issues that I need to go in and remediate. So let's start with incident response first. You can use GuardDuty as a really easy starting point. So GuardDuty has a number of findings, and these findings automatically get data from the data sources. So the data sources include VPC, DNS logs, flow logs, and cloud trail. You don't actually need to go and configure these logging sources. GuardDuty will do that for you. Consume the data and give you actionable insights. So things, findings that you can go in action. And you know there's a high probability they're not going to be false positives, they're going to be real. Bitcoin mining is a big one. It will detect Bitcoin mining based on the DNS logs and DNS requests and the VPC flow logs. So I recommend if you haven't already tried GuardDuty, turn it on as a free 30-day trial, see how it works for you. But don't just turn it on, enable alerting, so actually get the alerts that it finds. Otherwise you have to log into the console and go and consume them. So we've got a new incident response guide that's linked to at the bottom there. Really good information insights that was just released last month. So if you care about GuardDuty with its findings, playbooks or runbooks, some people call it as well, and your partners, practice incident response through game days can be very, very powerful. I've saved a lot of sleep for doing this in the past, and I've done a number of customers over the years, so that'd be my recommendation. Playbooks. So you can think of playbooks as just a rough guidance of what you should do in certain scenarios for incidents, as opposed to a runbook, which is a really rigid, predefined list of actions for a particular scenario. So playbooks is more loose, runbooks is more tight. That's how we define it anyway. Playbook can be really, really simple. So this is a markdown example. It's very basic, it's using a lot of info, but you get the headings. It's a markdown. So being a markdown means you can store it in your source code repository and version it when your source code changes, when your cloud formation templates, your infrastructure code changes. So then you can start to think about hooks. So something's changed or added a security group in. Is that security group or security group referenced by this playbook? And then do I need to go and update the playbook? Should I fail the build in my code pipeline because somebody hasn't gone and touched the playbook after they've made major changes to the code or the infrastructure? So this is very powerful. I like to store runbooks there instead of a wiki because you always forget where you put them in a wiki, even though they're great indexes. Game days, really, really important to practice incident response. Unfortunately, many people just don't have the time. But if you can carve out a few hours, if you're lucky enough to be able to do a full day, say every month, you can pick the GuardDuty findings that are most relevant for you and your workload and run through them, create a little runbook or playbook, and just practice them. And practice them openly in the team. As you mature that over time, you can think about going to, if you're large enough, going to a full red team, blue team, or doing it unscheduled. So having a finding pop up in GuardDuty or whatever you might be using instead of, and then how the team responds to that. And the other team doesn't know that somebody is actually doing that. So you can then continuously evolve that over time. More importantly, have fun. So make it a fun thing. The first one you might have a little prize, whoever creates the best runbook or who finds the threat in the shortest amount of time. So make it a bit of a game, make it fun, and everyone will enjoy it a lot more. So we build incident response in an architecture diagram. It's going to be tricky, but we've got GuardDuty on this detective control. We've then got incident response playbooks. We don't need more, we just iterate, start with a couple of them most likely for our scenarios. Then we have tooling. So we can talk to a number of partners out there in the solution hall, or we can look online, there's many open source toolkits that can help you with incident response on AWS and the applications that you use. Also, if you're looking at labs, and I'll be demoing it shortly, we've got some guidance in there as well. Pre-provision access is a big thing for incident response. If you have a security team, or individuals that look after security, do they already have access? Even if it's only read-only, into all your accounts. If you ring them up, can they immediately respond to something? Or do you have to go in and grant them access? And that can be very tricky in certain circumstances. So being prepared and practicing and having that pre-provision access and those tools that are ready to go is critical. It's all about hindsight, right? If you had this all in hindsight, you'd be a lot better off. So now the final question of architecture, number 11, is actually an incident response. Now I've gone through and scored myself and rated myself, and I don't have any critical issues now that I've done these things. So let's go to a demo. Excellent. So this is the Well Architected Labs website, and links to the GitHub repo at the top there. So if I scroll down, so we've got level 100, 200, 300, level 300 incident response. So this is going to give me some sample commands to use. Apologies, I'm scrolling fast. But I can use the console of the CLI, and what we've got so far is using CloudWatch logs and VPC flow logs. So what I'm going to do, I can look at IAM access to monitor, so we can get access to what inside my account. I can simply copy and paste this into our CloudWatch logs events console. Let's just run this here. Yes, this is one I prepared earlier. So you can see here, this gives me a list of all the users and roles that have been recently created. And I'll just set my set customized to 2 days relative here. So I can see I'm sure NAPDs have been created and anniversary has been created. Okay, this is a demo, right? They're not always going to be called themselves anniversary. I've got a role called AWS role hiding. So as you know, a lot of AWS built-in roles start with AWS. So what better place to hide a role than calling it something starting with AWS? So you need to be aware of that and actually know what's going on inside. And that goes back to our design principles of using automation. So using automation to work out what is going on in your accounts and your environment. So we use our own. I've got source IP addresses that we use at the time. So if I cheat now, here's another one I prepared earlier. I can plug in an access key in this field. So we're figuring the CloudWatch log group for CloudTrail using an access key ID of that. And now I've got my different events that is created. So I've actually created a bucket. And if we drill down the created bucket, it's called ha you'll never find me. So you can see if you have these different pre-canned like scenarios, and of course you can automate this, you can go in and find a lot of insights in your workload.
screen resolution. And from VPC flow logs, I can then find access denied attempts. And a good one to look for in VPC flow logs is has something inside the VPC tried to get to something else inside the VPC and being denied. So that could be an application server trying to access a database and it doesn't have the correct permissional security group to allow that. So that could be an indicator that an adversary has got hold of the, say, EC2 instance and is trying to get to a different database or trying to do recon within that environment to try and find out what's going on. Right, identity access management. So I'm going to go through all the inner workings of identity access management. We've got some really awesome sessions this week, and they'll be up on YouTube, of course, for you watching at home. But what I'm going to say is just some tips that you should look at. So I work with lots of large customers with like hundreds of AWS accounts, even thousands, and using Federation with traditional methods can get quite tricky. There's a little trick that we had in a blog post a couple years ago, and the link down the bottom, is using this scenario as Active Directory. So you can actually use parameters on the individual user and then restrict based on those parameters in the user custom. So you see here we've got the user URL. So using URL field, which is going to Active Directory, and we can build out a common separate value list of the accounts. And you can use wildcards in this as well. So you can have user, or this could be on a group level, Active Directory, and then do star dev. So if it's in the list of dev accounts, star dev, then they run access to it. So do check out the blog post. There's a lot more information on how to do that. Also, if you're not using Federation, want to find out more, especially single sign-ons, a really awesome new service. Go check out Federation link down the bottom. There's a whole page dedicated to Federation on that. Permission boundaries. Who's using permission boundaries already? Okay. So permission boundaries is a fairly new feature. One of my favorite features that's come out recently. It allows you to create an administrator, so you can have, say, a role that is allowed to delegate permission for another role. Right. So the scenario, I'll just put this out here. So the scenario is, I'm an administrator, and I want my development team to run their own line of functions, create them. But with that, they need to be able to create roles and manage policies in identity access management. And before permission boundaries, that was a little tricky. Whereas now, I can give them a role that they can use, and they can go off and create their own permissions, their own roles, their own policies. They can do anything in those policies, but they must have a permission boundary attached. If that permission boundary is not attached, they're not allowed to create a role. And of course, that permission boundary then contains what that role can do based on that policy. So I've then now bounded the role, and I've now allowed my developers to go off and do things freely, not constrained them. And I don't have to pre-provision the roles and manage policies for them. So incredibly powerful, awesome new feature. Automation. So you need to talk a lot about automation. What should you do with automation in identity access management? Can be tricky. So if you turn on Federation and you were using users and groups scripting, go and clean up all those users and groups. You probably don't need them anymore. You should also go and audit, preferably using a tool that we've got that is in the labs. That goes and does a daily report, emails you a daily report of the unused users and unused access keys. And you set the date time, that takes 90 days. And I'm going to give you this report so you can go in and go in manually or automatically go and disable those users or the access keys. And of course the best practice would be to use Federation and using Federation with the security token service or STS and not use access keys at all. You also can remove people that have left the organisation. So whether on non-service leave or left, if you define this in with your HR system, with your identity access management system, you can automate those people being removed. And of course people might leave abruptly your organisation, so you really want to get in there quick and disable access. If you have lots of different accounts with different users, that can be very difficult to do. So you want to centralise that and really automate it all. And of course constantly reduce permissions. So you can use Access Advisor and Client Console to go in and have a look and you see a list of the permissions that user or role or group has, and you can limit and lock down over time. So you want to get that least privileged access in there. Common pattern I see with customers is, and a common question is, can a role assume another role? Well, yes. So in this scenario, I've got a lambda function which has to have a role attached so I can do things. In this case, we're going to use the lambda function to assume another role in a different account. And then in the same lambda function, we're going to go and do something. In this case, it's signing an S3 URL. And let's go for it. So we've actually got a lab coming soon for this, so if you check back on the labs page, we'll give you a bit of a how to. So let's try to type in this manually from the slide deck. So we go through now. We've got a single instance can now have a role attached to the instance. So that's going to automatically get credentials. I don't need to hard code anything. Don't need any access keys on it. We'll automatically get credentials for that particular role that's attached. We're using organizations to simply manage multiple accounts and apply service control policies in the organization. So if we have a development account, we can restrict exactly what that development account can do and what region and who can access it. So we get really, really granular with new resource based SCPs now. Of course, using identity access management, the best practices that I've mentioned, use single sign-on. And one of the best practices in architecture is enforcing MFA. So don't just enable MFA, but enforce it. If you're using Federation, this enforcement must be Federation provider. Don't allow people to log in unless they've got an MFA token or a YubiKey or some other way. And of course, I'm sure you've already used, you'll be very wary of SMS based multi-factor authentication. There's a number of limitations, shall we say. For using built-in users and groups to force MFA, you can only allow that user to assume a list of roles. In those roles, you set the trust policy that it must have MFA in that session assumption. So then the only way that user can do anything is to assume a role with MFA. So you can significantly improve the security using indoor users that way. Secrets Manager is a fairly new service as well. Secrets Manager, in the demo further on, integrates with KMS for storing secrets, as well as relational database service, RDS, and more, and I've got that in the demo coming up. So it means that if we do need long-lived credentials like the database password for Aurora or MySQL or something like that, then we can safely store that in Secrets Manager and automate the rotation, and nobody needs to store it, nobody needs to put it on in any code anyway. So now, I've gone through the story, and the first three questions are on identity access management, and I now have no critical issues in that. I've also turned on a number of management tools, just for good luck. So using CloudFormation, so I can build everything in CloudFormation, infrastructure as code, using Systems Manager. So Systems Manager is going to help manage the EC2 instance. It's also going to replace SSH. So I don't need SSH until I can automate everything through Systems Manager, and I use my design principle, keeping people away from data and the system. Using the AWS code services, I can also store the infrastructure and code in different services. Of course, you don't have to use the AWS code services. You can use your own open source or partner-based tools, whatever you like, as long as you're meeting the requirement of using automation and tools. And CloudWatch and CloudWatch Events can help you do a lot of the response as well. I'll show that shortly. Detective controls. Here's automation again. We can use CloudFormation to turn on all the detective controls for us. And a lot of customers that do this as the baseline for when they create a new AWS account. And there's a lot of new features coming in different services that help you out with this as well. So starting with CloudFormation. By the way, how to do this, an example code, the CloudFormation template is all on the lab link that's down bottom, which is off the main web page. So we're going to configure CloudTrail. We should also additionally configure alerts. So what highly privileged API actions do I want to know about? What is interesting for me? We're also going to configure guard duty. So guard duty is a simple tick box turn on. But with this CloudFormation template, we're also going to enable email alerting. So we're going to get an email of the alerts. It's not a pretty email, but it's a start. Then we're going to enable config. So config service will store the history of the configuration of the particular items, versus CloudTrail where it will store the API requests and all the details surrounding that particular action. Additionally, we want to think about config rules. So config rules can determine the state of a particular resource. Is that EBS volume encrypted? No. Okay, that goes against the EBS encryption rule that I've got, and I need to take action on that. Taking that action, we can now do through the new auto remediate feature of config rules. I'll just link to that down the bottom. Also, if you want to build your own rules, there's a new rules development kit as well. Also on the link up there. So I've mentioned email for alerts a lot. Email is actually really bad because how are you securing your email system? You know, who administers that? Is it outsourced? Do you trust your entire business on your email system? Probably not. So the key is to get visibility really, really quickly. I know I bring my emails like once a day. That's all I do. But if you have a messaging system, so whatever your favorite chat app is, if you have those insights from GuardDuty and CloudTrail and config rules coming straight through, and your whole team worked on that all day, every day, then they're going to take immediate action. And everyone gets visibility. You can ask Ben, I'm working on this now. Or don't worry, that was me. Oops, sorry. And you get immediate insight. Rather than seeing an email the next day and oh no. We're a customer that uses chatbots to do everything. So they never log onto their accounts, AWS accounts, these chatbots which they maintain through a code pipeline, and they do all their changes through chatbots. So I'm not saying that's the right thing to do, it's just one example of a customer doing it, and I feel a lot out of it. Also paging. So how are you going to escalate these alerts into a paging system? What if it is actually midnight or 3 a.m. and somebody needs to take action? And of course, there's many partners that integrate with these different services that can automate paging, automate the escalation of the pages. Who has done a threat modeling before? Awesome, excellent, great. Threat modeling is really important because you need to know what your threats are, you need to know what to look out for. So every threat has a mum, so a method, opportunity, and a motive. When creating a threat model, I'm not going to go into any more detail. You need to circle back, work out based on your different threats, have you got the appropriate detective and preventative controls in place, and continue that circle once you've created the threat model. What should you look for? So being prepared. So actually setting thresholds of different alerts, not just enabling logging, monitoring, and alerting, but actually setting thresholds using automation. So that's using automation to respond and automation to investigate. Can you have something that automatically investigates a DDoS attack and mitigates a different, say, some user agent or IP address that is doing a DDoS attack against you? Yes, you can. I've got a solution I'm going to show you for that later. And diving deep. Very important that you're being prepared. You have the tools available, you practice them, that you can dive deep on. Insiders. So insiders insiders can be both intentional or unintentional. So I could accidentally do something that causes the same consequence as someone maliciously doing something wrong. So things to look out for when detecting an insider is, have you actually lost any visibility? So have you actually lost any logging or monitoring or metrics? Somebody just modified the dashboard accidentally, and then something bad happens. So you need to be aware of that. Transfer of data. So it might be a team, an individual's laptop, or the individual himself. How much data are they transferring out? Are they transferring out your customer database or your secrets? So you need to have those controls in place to be able to detect that. Unused resources. So if you have especially a contractor that maybe the contract may be expiring, maybe they're not that happy, have they actually planted something somewhere that's not necessarily in AWS? Have they planted something somewhere that they can go back, like a backdoor, either in code or in infrastructure? So have to think about that as well. How do you detect that? You need to know exactly what you've created, right? Going back to cloud formation, you can do a default what's in cloud formation and using the tags and what has been created manually. So knowing that manual versus automated creation. And of course the social aspects. That person over in the corner there being disconnected and disgruntled and sick every day. Reconnaissance is really important to look out for. So DNS reconnaissance, you have to do a look at the VPC level of DNS, flow DNS logs within the VPC. If you're using Route 53 for DNS, you can enable logging and get insights from those query logs. So then you can start to detect different patterns. Certain countries doing queries of unknown or non-resolvable addresses. So you might have admin dot. How many people are requesting admin dot of your domain? And this is a sign of people doing reconnaissance. Then you can tie back the country, the ASN, like what the service provider is it a VPN provider that's doing that? And you can then cross-reference those logs and those requests with other systems. Like a customer that did it with their badging system and their call center. So they found there was a particular country that was doing recon on them, and that particular country was regularly calling their call center. They brought back the call center call logs and trying social engineering attacks. So they've got these multifaceted attacks that are going on. So it's incredibly important to get that whole picture of what's going on, not just the AWS environment, but wider than that. So who thinks they're ready to detect a credential stuffing attack today? I think that's a 1, 2, 3. Yeah. It's really difficult because this is an example cloud log. This could be a credential stuffing attack. You don't know. Firstly, they're using an IPv6 address, so it could be hard to pin down, and they could be millions of addresses in a single service provider. So even using that method could be hard. Also, it's a legitimate request. So you can see it's a 200, which is a OK response HTTP, and it's a login page. So you don't know if the request has succeeded at the application level or if it has not, because this is just a cloud log. If you're going to on this, it's not enough. What else can you do? We can do an application level metric that can detect the login success and report it over time. So normally login success is over 90%, and then one day, past midnight or towards midnight, that login success starts to drop off. They're all legitimate requests to the login page, but they're using a password tool that uses known passwords, and they're guessing account ID, or maybe they're actually a customer using a customer account ID. They're going through and they're trying that password database until they actually get a correct password with a correct username. And the ramifications can be quite large. So this is a really good example of how you can detect a credential stuffing attack. It's not the only one, that's just a good example. So at the application layer, we're really challenging you in what you do to put in place. So having a captive portal, there's many out there, Kekko, using browser-based fingerprints, Kekko, a lot have circumvented that, so they're very limited. Using multi-factor authentication, so a number of financial institutions out there allow for MFA, many do not enforce MFA. Right, so you can only do a transaction if that session that you've logged in as for internet banking has multi-factor authentication turned on, and of course SMS authentication is not good enough for that. So I really challenge you to think about how you can improve the security of your application. And this of course can apply to the administration side of things, so the AWS console itself. Partners, so I know there's a few partners that are presenting and outside on the whole that can detect this and detect bad bots and all those bad things out there that can do a lot better than you and I can. So do go and check out those partners. There's also Trey Hunt, created a user hardware component, so he gets knowledge of these different password dumps and allows them to be indexable and has an API. So you can actually go and use the API and check if those passwords that your users are using have actually been in a password dump. Are your users using the same password from something else, from social media or something, and that has been compromised in the past? So it is another way of doing that. And there's over half a million index passwords in there, half a million unique passwords that are in there, and they're not just password 1, 2, 3. So you want to continuously evaluate what you're doing. You can use the CIS benchmark, and there's a really good quick start on this. So the CIS benchmark does tie in with some of the best practices in well architecture, and you can go and deploy these config rules quite easily, and then simply see the non-compliant resources. Users must not have associated policies. Okay, users must have MFA enabled. I've got one non-compliant user that doesn't have MFA enabled. I can then customize a remediation action. Go and email that user, go and disable that user from logging into the console, or limit the scope of their policy. So it's really, really powerful, and CIS one is a really good way of getting started with config rules. So what have we got on now? We've got VPC logs on, so good protection, GuardDuty, CloudTrail, Config, and CloudWatch. So we've enabled that using that detective controls template, and of course we can add on partners who enrich in that, and forward that threat model as well, and how that ties into all this. So we can score. We're getting those critical issues ticked off as we go along. So let's move on to infrastructure protection now. This is going to be a deep section. So last year we launched the Transit Gateway as a new feature for the VPC. Zero, one of our customers presented example architecture on using a single VPC for ingress services, so they can put in their security services in a single VPC and scale it across hundreds of accounts. So you can centralize the web application firewall using the VPC, VPN, and software-defined WAN. So you can do that all in a centralized account and use the Transit Gateway to share across multiple different accounts. That means those other accounts, those other VPCs, don't actually need to handle the traffic directly. They only allow traffic from the security ingress VPC. On the way out, on the right-hand side, we also want to be wary of data loss and what's going on. So we can put in URL filtering, proxying, data loss prevention techniques in an egress VPC and change all the routes of the other VPCs to only route to the internet through that one. And Transit Gateway is the glue that allows this. I love it. It's not for everyone. If you're running hundreds of VPCs and accounts, even thousands, this may be the solution for you. VPC sharing. Is anyone using VPC sharing? Cool. Awesome. Great. So it's really powerful, but it has particular use cases. So if you had multiple different teams that you wanted to share a VPC, that's where it really plays in. That's really, really powerful for. So you can have, you set an owner for the VPC, and they do their things to set up the VPC. Then you can share the subnets. And of course, you want to share more than one subnet because you want to run across multiple availability zones. You can share those subnets with a different application team or a different owner. So then you start to get the segregation between the identity and who owns the account of the VPC and the actual VPC itself. And you can do this across account that must be within the same AWS organization. So that's one thing to think about. Automating protection. So this is a solution that's available on the link down below that you can do that. It's all built using cloud formation, of course. We start off, we've got the web application firewall. We're enabling logging. So we're logging using Kinesis firehose, and we're also logging cloud front and the application load balancer. We're then going to analyze those logs using Clear and Lambda. Taking those logs, we can detect HTTP flood attacks, right? And this can be either in cloud front or application load balancer, and automatically block those IPs that are conducting those flood attacks. We can also detect the scanners and probes, so those bad bots that go out and try and do bad things. We can customize that. And of course, this is an example, so you can go off and modify it to suit your requirements as well. We're also doing CloudWatch events to trigger a Lambda to go and download the latest IP reputation lists, and we can then update the IP blacklist rules to automatically block those bad IP addresses from those open source reputation lists. Or plug your own reputation list there as well. And finally, API gateway can be configured with a hidden URL on the page or pages. So normal browsing when you're browsing a website won't find this URL, but a bot will. And this URL hooks into a Lambda function that automatically blocks that bad bot. So they won't know. A little trick I've used in the past, it stuffs around with search engine optimization, but it's really good for security. In CloudFront, you can customize the HTTP response. So instead of somebody does a page request and they get 404, like can't be found. Instead of giving them 404, give them a 200 with a custom story page, and the bots will find they'll get a 200. They'll just keep trying, keep trying, keep trying, keep trying. There's no badness for you because you've got the cache story page in CloudFront and it doesn't even keep your application layer. And the bots then have to do either get really smart or do manual intervention to try and work out and do reconnaissance on your application. So that's a little trick of mine. Tooling. What tools can we use for infrastructure protection? There's many. I want to cover some of the not so known ones and also known areas like source code and dependency checking. So iOS Open Web Application Security Project has a number of awesome projects out there, and source code, the dependency check tool. So if you're using open source tools like Jenkins for your code, build pipelines that can plug in Jenkins and detect those security issues that they've found in the code layer. NPM's no package manager now supports auditing and automated fixing online. So that's really powerful to go in there. Just an example using Node and Reply.js is similar functionality. Who's fuzzing? Anyone fuzz? Yeah, excellent. So fuzzing is of course the ability to go in and try different things in an application. So if you take a scenario of your web form, will that web form accept malform requests? Will it accept XML or HTML in the username field? Will it accept SQL injection or type attacks in this part? So it's about trying to break an application by using malform requests essentially and then work with application layer. A number of different fuzzing tools. So the American fuzzy lot is actually a fuzzing tool that other security tools use, right? So there's actually a trophy case specs on their website on other security tools that have discovered vulnerabilities with using the American fuzzy lock. So that's pretty cool. It can be quite complex, but I encourage you all to at least look at fuzzing and how you can improve the security using that in your applications. There's also the Z, which is the OWASP project again, Z attack proxy. This is a Windows application, really easy to install and get started. It has a really good spider, so it goes in and will just spider out an entire website. You can set the depth and all that, customize it. You can also automatically go and try SQL injection for you as well. It's completely open source, it's extensible through an API. So you can actually go in, plug this into your code pipeline, and automate this into your build. So somebody checks in code, a confirmation template, you can automate the detection and do the diff on the last scan to the current scan. So it's really powerful. There's many open source and partner products that can do this, so this is a good example to get started early. So let's build out this architecture now. So we've got Route 53, we've turned login course in Route 53. We've got cloud functions, which hooks in the web application file. So I've now got a perimeter of threat protection at the edge. So I don't need to scale out my application in the VPC. This is all handled at the edge. I've turned on the automated solution for detecting the bad box net as well. We're going to chop up the VPC now. It's going to get a bit complicated, so you're going to bear with me. We're going to have a load balancer tier in a separate subnet layer. So only the load balancers in a subnet. This has its own route table and its own network ACL. This is why we put the load balancers in there, because this is the only layer that should be accepting traffic from the internet. And the NAT will reflect that is the network access control list at the subnet layer. The next layer down is the shared services layer. This is where we have our NAT gateways. So the NAT gateway will only allow outbound traffic. We use it for updates to the instances, because when WordPress we need to update it, we need to update all the libraries in there as well. And we do that through the NAT gateway. What this means is these instances, which now run an application layer, don't need direct access to the internet. They can get the internet through the NAT gateway. And of course we could replace this if we had multiple VPCs, multiple accounts, with the transit gateway. So we can plug the transit gateway solution in here that I showed before. It also means we can easily turn off the routing at the application layer to the internet. So if I was doing my updates in code, like if I was pre-building an Amazon machine image, pre-patching WordPress, doing all that stuff, I could actually build that, plug it into the application layer, and it doesn't need any internet access at all. It also means I can get really granular on network ACLs, and I've done this example. So of course we've now auto-scaling it, so we've got reliability and performance best practices in here as well. So auto-scaling, we've got customized machine image, and we're using VPC endpoints. So the application doesn't need a route outside the internet to get to S3, to get to Secrets Manager, to get to KMS. And we're also using a database tier. So we're using Amazon Aurora, and we access Amazon Aurora 3 endpoints at the database layer. Right, so you can see we've got those 4 separate tiers now, and each has their own network ACL and route table, so we can get really granular on what they can access, and we can easily lock down and tie down, and of course replace. So if we had this as a template, we can then repeat the solution for many different applications, and the confirmation template could be customizable for user parameters, and we can go from there. We also should use Amazon Inspector or a partner tool that does not, so we can detect vulnerabilities, CVEs, using Amazon Inspector, we can automate that, and using Security Hub as well, to getting that high top layer visibility of what's going on inside. You can see now, I'm getting more brain. I'm getting away from all these high-risk critical issues inside this application. If only there was some example confirmation template that did the VPC layer and the EC2 layer for me. There it is. There's not every single best practice moving to that, just because it would take a lot of customization just for WordPress. We want to make it relevant for many different applications. For example, WordPress stores its password in a file. So in this example, we're actually using WordPress and using Secrets Manager on the command line to grab the password from Secrets Manager API directly and plug that into the file. So of course, storing a password in a file is not a best practice. However, that's the constraint that we need to do for this example. Data protection. Keeping people away from data. How do you do it? Well, in the first place, do you actually need to store the data? Do you need that healthcare data from your customers from 20 years ago? Maybe, maybe not. Do you actually need to store it in the first place? Then, do you need to run anyone access to that permission? Maybe you have archives of data. Do you need to run access to those archives from 20 years ago? You might not need to. So start thinking about how you can either eliminate the data completely or reduce the access to it. Then encrypting, masking, tokenization comes into it, and also isolation. So let's do that a bit. We can use different AWS accounts within my organization to store different levels of data. So if I've got a health workload, maybe compliant PCI workload, I don't want to have them in the same account because there are different levels of data classification for different users. So I can store them in different AWS accounts. So that's a really good way of isolating it. Then I get the best value of my roles and my role-based access control on that. Also, what I can think about is what I like to call a data bunker. So if you have your most critical data, maybe it's your cloud logs, maybe it's other snapshots of your data, and you're at a point where you may be paranoid about who's operating in your environment, and this may not be for everyone, you can actually create an account outside of your organization. And that account outside of your organization is never touched. That gets a one-way copy of your critical data. Maybe it's cloud logs, maybe it's shared snapshots and other S3 data. You can't touch that. Nobody ever logs into it. Nobody has credentials on that, maybe. So there's one pattern I've seen some customers do where it does meet the requirements, but it may not be for everyone. Different tooling. So if we're building infrastructure using CloudFormation, suddenly everyone that's building infrastructure doesn't need access to the console. Maybe you give them read-only access to be able to check and see what they've done and visualize it. But they don't need that direct access. They just need to commit the code, and then the code pipeline will go and do the actual build and testing for us. And there's a workshop this week on how to do this, and there's lots of examples on different links on the AWS websites. Systems Manager as well. So the example code I showed before for WordPress, that example doesn't have SSH enabled. So there's no SSH, there's no security allowing SSH. You do it all through Systems Manager. We do that because we can get fine-grained access to what commands we're doing. SSH. If once I allow SSH, you can allow any command. We've got to do anything on an instance. With Systems Manager, we can control the documents individually that are run. We can predefine those documents, we can create new CloudFormation, and we can get that really granular control over that. And as I mentioned before, a lot of operations is code, so CloudFormation there using partner tools. The idea is you want a developer or an administrator to commit code for this application or infrastructure, and of course all the detection, all the remediation can all be code. You want a version control in source code repository, and you want it automatically delivered out wider. Data exfiltration. It started off back in the good old days. It was only host-based. So you'd have an agent that runs on your servers, and it would detect if somebody's trying to copy data around. It could have also been watermarked on your documents. So PDF watermarking maybe, and you can detect that watermark as it goes through your email server because somebody's emailed that out. Now we've got software as a service providers. What access are you giving to your data and to the AWS environment to your software as a service providers? Do you trust them? What's their policy? Have you done your due diligence? So just be aware of that. Different partners that you cooperate with. It may be external entities that do you outsource to, and what they have access to. And applying all these principles that we've gone through today to those partners. DNS. DNS is actually, there's a lot of attacks that can actually exfiltrate data through DNS requests using text records. They're very common out there. So how do you actually detect the exfiltration of data through DNS? GUD can help you with that. But again, it goes back to your threat model. Are you looking at advanced persistent threats? Are you looking at state actors? Do you need to protect against them? And how do you test them? Now that you know there is DNS exfiltration, you can use your internet search engine of your favorite and go and find what the different attack vectors are and how you mitigate against that. And you find those isolation techniques that I had before, definitely help you with that. Logging. So you can log anything in any log you want. If you have a developer that accidentally or maliciously enabled a lambda to log something that shouldn't, maybe it is dealing with healthcare data and it has the decryption keys, it can actually log into a cloud log or some logging system. That actually might be sensitive data that's logging. So be really, really careful and go and check what data you're logging. And again, you can use CloudWatch events and other tools to go and check what you're actually logging. Look for a payment card ID hash or a social security number hash in your logs. So I'd really recommend you do that. Automating data leaks or detection of data leaks. So first you need to know where is your data stored. What services are you using for logs? It's not just about S3 anymore. So there's many different AWS services. You might be using a software as a service partner as well. Where is your data stored and what is being stored? How are you categorizing it? With AWS, you use CloudTrail and interesting API calls. So a really interesting API call for S3 is pre-signed URLs. So you can generate these URLs, anyone who has that URL can get that object. That is incredibly powerful API action that you should be very aware of. So if we wind back to our chat history, if I have that in a chat that goes to the team that's responsible, they can act on it and they know that they've created that signed URL, they know that the application has created that signed URL, they know what's going on. Send it to an email, it'll go to somebody's inbox and get forgotten about. So it's really important to know what's going on and be aware of those interesting API calls. There's also the splitting up of what anomalies. Maybe there's a particular user agent or IP or even a VPC that accesses S3 and you can get that all through the logs. Speaking of S3 access logs, we can actually customize the log information that goes into S3. So here I've got an example cut down on S3 access log. To my example bucket, my puppy photo, I can put a cruise string. So using code, so x dash, that's the x dash, and a code here, and an example. So I can treat this like a key value pair. I don't want to store sensitive data here, but I could actually have a code for a data classification level. So I won't say data classification equals top secret here, because I don't want everyone to point to the top secret stuff. I could have code equals maybe a project ID or a sort of code mapping that you've got. This also goes into the access logs for S3. So then I can go through the access logs using a tool and find out who has supplied that, where was that from, and then I can get a good map of who's doing what and where from from when and who's supplying these required or optional parameters on the request. Little tip, the cloud trail that logs the S3 events does not log access denied attempts. So something last time I checked. So if you want access denied attempts, you have to enable the S3 logs in the S3 service itself, pointing to another S3 bucket. Okay, this is my new favorite feature. I'll take back the permission now, everyone. Sorry, Bridget. EBS encryption by default using a predefined KMS encryption key. This is very, very new out, and it is awesome. So I do need to go and update the lab that we have for the web, for example. That's really, really powerful. And of course, there is no additional cost or overhead with encrypting EBS volumes except for the cost of the encryption key. Really, really powerful feature. And of course, DynamoDB is also encrypted by default now. You can go in and supply or specify the KMS key that you want to use for that. The encryption SDK is available in the documents. We have a good example down there on how to cache encryption keys. And we can also add an encryption context. So this encryption context will, when I supply the encryption context when I'm doing an encryption operation, I then need to supply that same context, which is the key value pair, during the decrypt. So this is all clear text and logs in that, but it's an additional level that I can put on it. Right, so let's build it out. So we've got Certificate Manager on CloudFront Application Load Balancer. We've got our DLP, optional DLP if needed, and then we're encrypting our volumes from instances and for Aurora. And now, I'm all brain. I have no critical issues anymore. So I encourage you all to take action to go and play with the architecture tool. It's free in the console. Even if you just do the stream killer, use it as a tool, use it in the design phase. So when you first write one application idea, have it in your head, go through it, and then continue to iterate as you go along. And the final links, which you'll know, do check out the solutions page. There's some really, really great solutions out there that tell you how to build things. And thank you everyone. My name is Peter O'Donnell. I'm a solutions architect at AWS, and I've worked for about 3.5 years. And I've had the privilege, in fact, the personal thrill of working with some of our largest, most challenging customers. We're here today to talk about KMS, and how KMS can be used to not just kind of manage your keys, because of course it's key management service. Managing encryption keys and being secure is not enough. You have to be able to raise the bar on providing attestation, and that's really what we're going to do today. So we do a quick encryption term, hopefully everybody's familiar with KMS broadly, but we'll make sure to understand the dynamics of how KMS really operates, what it means to have one level of encryption. We're going to then talk about how KMS can be used to remove these critical outcomes, protecting your data, improving auditability, and providing overall operational assurance. I'll say a little bit more about what we mean by operational assurance as we get through this. So as it turns out, encrypting is the simple part. We're going to start with a data key. Some of this is complex and the language doesn't help. We're going to talk about data keys and master keys. This overall pattern is something called envelope encryption. So let's start with the data key. We generate this securely inside of a validated module in our HSM fleet. We're going to combine this data key with your data. And then we're going to get encrypted data. Super simple stuff. The hard part is what do we do with this data key? Where do we keep it? How do we protect it? How do we authorize its use? And so the right pattern is that we're going to encrypt the key with yet another key. This is also known as wrapping. We're going to wrap that data key with the master key, and then we're going to hold the encrypted data key right next to your encrypted data. So we've got a key that protects your data, and we have another key that protects the key that protects your data. So then the question is, well, what are we going to do with the master key? And again, the right answer is that we're going to wrap the master key. And this is a little bit of turtles all the way down problem, right? Because you're going to ask me what we're going to do with the key that we're using to protect the master key. Well, we're going to encrypt that one too, with yet another key. And the good news is that we're going to do the really hard, ugly part of this for you. So what we do here at Amazon, we call it undifferentiated heavy lifting. So this idea of keys protecting keys is a concept in cryptography known as a key hierarchy. So let's talk about the key hierarchy, where KMS fits in, and where you can really get some powerful enforcement, some powerful policy control about how these keys are used. So again, we've got a data key that protects your data, we've got a master key that protects the data key, and this is your part. We're going to hold your master key material for you. Your master key material is only in the clear, inside of the memory, inside of the validated module, inside of our HSM fleet. And AWS operators do not have access to that key material. So it's not almost a question. Sometimes they say, well, how do you protect the master key material from AWS operator getting access to it? And the way we design the system is that there's no such thing as how to secure our ability to access your keys, because we have no ability to access your keys. So it's very thoughtfully designed. KMS is a very serious service, built by very serious people for very serious customers. And it's this point here where we can protect the authorization of the use of the master key that's at the heart of what we're talking about today. This is the policy enforcement point. The master key takes a policy document. If you're familiar with our platform, it's like a resource policy, uses the same JSON IAM language that you find elsewhere in the platform. But when we authorize the use of the master key, it's extremely powerful, because it authorizes access to the data keys. And access to the data keys gives you access to the data. So this idea of protecting it here, again, is the policy enforcement point. The master key is wrapped by other keys above that. This is something we take care of. There's a domain key and a region key. This is really detailed and really nice white paper. This part you don't have to really think hard about. If you're a cryptography nerd, if you're a chief person, so again, really white paper. But the critical part is the access to use the master key. And that access to the master key gives us the rest of what we're going to talk about this morning. What else can you do with KMS besides managing the keys? The answer is the KMS gives customers some really powerful tools here because there's policy control on the use of the master key. So let's talk about that. It's an additional mechanism for access control. That accessing the encrypted data is not enough. You must also be able to decrypt the data. It integrates with all the rest of our services. If you're familiar with CloudTrail, I hope you are, the audit records. The CloudTrail contains a journal of not only what's happening in terms of accessing the data, attach volume, launch instance, get object, but CloudTrail also includes records of using the master key. You can try those. We're going to talk about that in a minute. And finally, this idea of operational assurance. What does this really mean? This means that, again, it's not enough to be secure. You have to be able to demonstrate to somebody, whether that's internal audit, your boss, a third party, maybe your customers want to ask you more questions on it. And those questions are not the kind of thing that you should consider as, well, give me a day and I'll come back to you. Because those questions are important. Those questions are things like, how do you know this is set up right? Are you sure all of our data is protected? How do you know that everything here is properly encrypted? Those are important questions, and you should have snappy answers for them. The good news is, we're going to show you how you can provide those questions, answers to those questions. That's the operational assurance. So let's start with protecting your data. KMS promotes protecting your data, of course, it's encrypted, and really it's also again about access control. The customers we see are most sophisticated customers using separate master keys to partition access inside of even individual environments. So it may be that all your operators can use EDS, that's elastic block storage, or virtual disk service that pairs with virtual compute. So attach volume, detach volume, create snapshot, terrific. But you've probably got some disks in your environment that are holding super sensitive data. You can use a separate master key for them. And by using a separate master key, you can have explicit assurance that even if you have EC2 star, you should not be running EC2 star in them, but even if you have attach volume, create snapshot, copy snapshot, there's snapshots that take ACLs that can be shared, even if you have all those permissions, it's not enough. You must also be authorized to use the master key. And for your sensitive data volume, you can create a separate CMK, customer master key, and manage the access in a more discrete, deliberate, and intentional fashion. This policy, again, goes with CMKs, defines this access. Again, uses the same policy language that you're accustomed to. And even if you have access to the services, or yes, create snapshot, again, copy snapshot, all these things, even if you have access to the services, you must have the ability to be authorized to use the master key. This is a really powerful way of also separating roles and responsibilities, separation of duties. On the key, you may have a security officer persona who's responsible for setting up the access to the key. That's great. Call that management actions. Those actions can be defined completely separately from the cryptographic operations. Encrypt, decrypt, generate data key, re-encrypt, things like that. So you can be very deliberate that just because your security officers are managing the keys, she can't use the key. And the developers who might need the key, the software components that might need to use the key, are of course not permission to manage that key, to give away access. And again, this idea of intentionality, you want to be very deliberate. If you're operating at scale in large environments, you might have thousands of EDS volumes, tens of thousands of EDS volumes, billions of S3 objects. But you can be very deliberate about protecting those objects, about protecting those volumes, about protecting AWS resources with discrete individual CMKs that have discrete access defined directly on the key. Because AWS is an additional, or KMS is an additional plane of access control, it means that when you access these resources, it requires this additional authorization to use the key. So again, even if you have something like S3 star, which you shouldn't have, you must also have the ability to use the key. So your billion object bucket, if you build a certain prefix / tax documents, needs to be encrypted. You can use a separate master key for just those objects. And folks in the account might otherwise have access to that bucket, part of their identity policy, maybe the policy directly on the bucket, giving them that access. It's simply not enough to have access to S3. They must also be authorized to use the master key. You again, this idea of really sensitive data. It may be appropriate for operators to manage the EDS volumes for the operating system, maybe the installations of the application, but the log disk, the disk that actually contains the database files, the disks that contain PII, PHI, PCI data, whatever, you can be more discrete and authorize those volumes separately to give you not only additional access control, but additional audit visibility. Something like RDS. RDS is going to contain a lot of sensitive data. Right? It's our relational database service. The keys necessary to launch the instance are probably something that the operators need to be able to use, but the keys that back the secrets to log into the database can be a completely separate key. They probably should be a completely separate key. Again, intentional functionality, partitioning access, separation of duties. Really simple stuff. So you can just create, that's exciting. So you can just create a new magic case that costs $1 a month. I'm just going to ignore that now. Let me know, of course. Let's talk about audit outcomes. So again, this idea of KMS is journaling its activity into CloudTrail and sort of services. And so when you think about your audit outcomes, I always like to tell customers we all want the same things. So when you think about what an auditor wants, it's really what a security engineer wants. And what is that? So we can use something called encryption context to provide visibility, detail, the user message keys, and the journaling of the user keys in CloudTrail. If you're a copy encryption context, it's not information, it's not AD, additional authenticated data. So the can't it's not secret, it's part of including integrity of such data. When you have a security KMS, the encryption context, we use it to provide why you can use. So you have encryption context, you can have encryption context, it's key space. So when we see actions in KMS CloudTrail, we get all things we use that to use that. When we see something like this, the KMS is using the context. This is control. It's also got really great order. It proves what happening. It ensures the non-deviation. You can't hide it. You can't hide it. So you have that all really provide that so you have things like really good stuff. You can use the now with KMS. Things are visibility between KMS. If you have a screenshot, you know what happened. You know, flimsy, like station correctity. Well, if they trust the resource over time, if they have so we got KMS policy, policy is so critical. It's not saying not have the station. It's stable over time. You set that policy. If they journals, we're not changes. Again, it's not saying like changes really. If they prove that. So about example three. So about management events. We're not controlling events. So it's not create the policy, put the management events. We get inputs expressly from there. We can do that. So control. Now, you don't have to super it's not really right. This is big idea. And it's also this one thing. So you know you can cost there. Well, more to get from the cost there. So you get words, but get inputs. You get cut out. That's what we're at. So you know what you do. So you know of course you do the order and then you can and you can set up. But get out of the event. You know get in the schedule. You see event in schedule. You just set up in the schedule. You see generate data. You can schedule. This idea of having colors. You can ask questions. Questions that are kind of things. You know what you do. You should say all who has to say. Yes, it's always part of it. What every sort of always yes, this is what we should show me. Everybody knows this. Show me. Everybody knows this. Always do. Yes, that's schedule. Yes, schedule. When it comes to answering hard questions, this is the idea of operational assurance. Be able to know you can that. So and we see how it goes. Oh, that's something. That's the world. You say what? I mean, you can have that. So you can install ACL or release the file. You can have that. But then that's that operational management. What should you set up? From there on, you'll make the decision. Again, so you set up all that there. There's not really do what you so yeah, they're actually legal. Because being with that, you'll have access to use that. How to prove that over time, also have any policies. We need to know controls. Who could have access to data? No secret. Well, no matter what, how do you know about you can answer the question. How to prove who can access? Show me that no one can see access except for us. Can answer the question. This idea of operational assurance. You want that. We're going to be so you think about the rate. It's not way to or regular or legal or using our vision. What you want to do is get a job and solve it. That's the thing you want. What do you figure out? So you can figure out without thinking. You want to do that. You can figure out always figure out things. So yes, you can yes, always go on there. Really helpful. You just do other stuff over time. Just think about that more. Last year we someone's brilliant. We can entire data now. We just have what it is. So this idea of operational things out. This idea of average. This idea of ability. This idea of operational assurance. Things also make ours together. So we're going to find what we have really nice and intelligence. But you'll just like that. Other things. I know like the usually and that's second level and answers. But we really all the same way. So you are getting to us. It's really sort of everything. And you should have two other so from here, we'll do about we'll talk about so from new gas. Extended ability something else. Hello everyone. Good morning. Here is my role. Here's two out. What's new gas? Next thing we're going to do, one, new feature users. Two, we'll see what the difference are between what we need to talk about all strategies. We'll see what the new features and what the moving forward. And then we'll have some conversations about strategy. We can use users. Expertise are new features. We can and also I'm going to share responsibility with I'm going to talk about exact as far as the users and finally with you for your responsibility to be secure. Also be able to use that. So these are the things we want to do. The first thing I'm going to start doing anyway. The last year is going to be strategies and we can use that for doing it. So it's new strategies. So what I got is strategies as we're a secret. Use strategies. And now we can and last not saying key. We need to you want to do the things. So now strategies are not key anymore. They're keyers. How many of you know strategies are so good idea. Right. For those who might not know, I will still be updating models are so we're going to be more these. So let's say why strategies are like so here you look at the back at the same you imagine by using your temperature and want to do it. You put together there's not that are the same the one you use this together to make it. On the other side I have this logo left and on the right so using the side we want to use this here for one. So basically how about these two so what that gives you is this public key and private key. So it's all your security using key with anchor. Now it's going to use the same maybe public key and private key and also use for objects. If not actually you can we'll see what that actually do in this particular very nice video. So there are two main things to do. One is digital signing. Right. So what you do is take public key and private key for this and digital signing you use data in the app so you put a little and get a best you enter that and the best only you get the public key that you use. So that is you is you produce a signature of the and you get a signature and somebody and you do that signature no sign the private key that's only for you. So that's what the key for design use. The second thing is public key where you take public key you do anything you want to share it. Take public key and information that's you and not private key that you personally private key and you take that information only you get the information. So that's what we talk about. So let's say sign workflows. So the digital signature workflow the first thing you do is you create a key. I'm not a key. You're going to say you create a signature key and then what you do is you generate a signature. You take a key and you have to get like a sign. I'm going to take this key and then you get that signature and you get that what is this? The second is you take a public key and you verify that signature when you verify that you want. So that's what the workflow is do. And here's a screenshot of KMS today. I'm going to use so basically the option where you create a signature key. And now we have this option today. I like use KMS multiple key and then you choose whether it's a key or sign key and you have multiple keys for sign. So RSA and EC are two sign keys that you write and there are multiple keys that you do right. So what you do first you come to a key and now you have a sign key and you and what you do is you have to say that you want sign. So you set up the steps. So I told you you have to get you have one sign. You want all the KMS so you can have it. You can have it. What you also need to set up the data itself is like for us to generate the signature you use it. And then you also need to get public key also. So you have to get the public key and you get the public key routines for the verify signature. So you use it. And then finally you also think about the you want to verify. So that is now you have customers that also customers you choose the policy you say what is the key and like these keys you will verify as well. So that they don't have to deal with verification of KMS. Although as a case we will use basically for but you have to use our system you will use verify also. Now you look at what the sign workflow is. Let's see what the workflow is. Right. First when you start up again key you say one KMS key and then you download the public key and you use the key and you provide public key routines where you want data to share you take that information and this is back to you and you have a private key with KMS you get that and you KMS right. And what's the flow again so you now you choose the key you have to keep that as RSA only information right. And then the public key right and you call the public key now the key share with where you like to get key to and you use the key now and the difference is all regular data KMS has been you use KMS information also and it's now the difference is because it is outside KMS not also has the key no what you use to be that information so then you have information KMS you just have that all tell you but it's you also have the key and if you first you have if also you're changing the key also is available and what that does is it's not so you have some value you also know that there's other person doing conversion right. So when we look at what the sign workflow and the workflow is that's the other feature so we talk about key hierarchy and multiplication so you keys have been integrated right. So similarly we've done is we use generated key are not actually something second not mine is that are two ideas we want generated key so you can generate key now what I can do is you also generate these extra keys and actually outside the system we will use also outside KMS so that's the so I talk about how we create master keys where the portion of the master key does not even so all the information when this particular case we'll give you both the keys outside we will use KMS and now let's look at what the difference are so talk about what keys are how you create KMS that's what the first thing is that now there's a key only secret one thing to do with the other thing to do basically is public key that we talk about operations inside of KMS so far you use KMS configuration that's the way there's operations right. So every time you do incorporation you have KMS but here now it's keys we'll do encryption and verification outside KMS that's the right. And then you talk about one of these things why you started to launch KMS here is the key on KMS you use option to really right. So as long as you have line KMS or configuration there's no really So that made the vision of the But again, the biggest thing with CMS was for data store, and we will do that all the time using CMS. So the big value was that data store and data services, we will do online canvas, data store and data that was new. So basically, a little different, and look at what these are, and why maybe data services was not a big criteria for us to launch. So let's take some use cases for why you launch this way. So we talked about use cases. First thing, like, you HTTP for what that means is customers will be able to create outside, or you use their HTTP API, and you use that to create outside. And now you take a portion of the master data and make that data key. Right, so now you take this data key, now you put that data in, it's not one percent, now you take another key, call that data canvas, and you put the data here. Now unless you have the ability of being able to take this data key, call canvas, and be able to do that all data stored and store and even offline system. That's the use case about why you want to really use for these. The other use case is the mentioned for multi-service. The fact that you want to be able to sign these data as it's so I've seen situations where somebody and the service creation, you want to use based on the have that information, have the service, and you verify the token signed by us service as you form the relation. That's the use case there. It's easy to do. Also, it's not only have token signed, that's the use case for the right. So now the use cases you understood what keys are, keys are, let's also look at what canvas are. Right? So this whole feature launch, you also have to look at what these canvas are. Do that keys. So the thing is, you'll still have these keys inside the sense that you want to use those values. So all the generation of the keys and the keys also have inside the canvas. The thing again with assets keys, nobody, including the service operators, will be able to use these keys or see these keys together. All access is operation, and talk about the is source of the record for telling you when the key was used by who and that's going to be the voice keys. And then ability to have SLA, like the canvas, and as long as you maintain 99% for higher ability, there's better than you and you can find online. But really you have limited ability to use the canvas. That applies with the keys. And then expect that canvas will continue to scale to unique. So one of the things we rely on canvas to be able to give you access to hundreds of millions of keys, being able to protect all the information that you want to use. Similarly, depending on the amount of applications like using keys, we will scale service to keys. Those are our responsibilities. So now when you want to scale service, we'll talk about what your responsibility is. Right? And now you work with your than our. But the first thing is because I'm not this decision to create extra keys and sign keys, you have to mind that key only use for your sign. So once you create a key, you create it for sign origin. So now you be able to share the right key over your other parties to be able to get information about your key. Because if you're creating a sign key, then you want to do that's not going to be safe. Second thing is and there's no information yet with any users that we have. So you can not pass in a PID that is asymmetric keys, not users, not access to users. Not that something goes down, it's going to error back. That we want to get. So before you ever error, I want you to not pass in a PID that is asymmetric users. Then with the thing is there's a so if you do a key, you have to know that it actually belongs to you. Because if anything else that might be not a key that doesn't belong to you, and you're information about a key, then all the data is full. So here is very visible where you give them a key, you say some key as verified by the authority, tell you that it's belongs to you. That's something that you want to be able to do yourself. It's not canvas that will do for you. It's good that you do a circuit for these and do it. And then second policy, as with other customers you have, it's a big deal for somebody who has access to knowledge to be able to use that key. So second policy is something that also take seriously because whoever has access to keys will be able to also be able to sign it. They also now move forward. People will now associate the fact that you signed the key, you have access to that key. That's a very powerful tool that you have to only certain entities that you want access to that. And so finally, I'd like to do a few things before we leave this session. One is today, after we launch the service, there's a feature only able to find like mentioned on site. And more to come is that you'll be first to launch the feature. And then different ways to so in Canvas right now, we have 100 canvas per second limit. So we have strong canvas at 4 million canvas per second today. That's how we run the scale service. Starting 100 to 100 out there. And so really, keys are low, but we like to hear you guys. We're on one service, 40 keys, and we'll send the system, we'll be able to use as you want. And then I think what we mind is generating keys. I mentioned use canvas, we will generate these keys, we use outside stuff. And only the keys is using keys. So I don't use asymmetric master key to protect asymmetric keys. So that's going to be my again for data protection of data at rest. So the keys are local voice, and this is what we determine that's asymmetric keys are right. Keys will protect keys as well. And next thing is also different for asymmetric keys. And you have a feature for canvas, but asymmetric keys will not be part of that feature. And finally, also define the security authority, and that's going to be all security. And as far as resource concerned, I know about hosting and launch. I'm going to do it once all these guys talk about. We launch how these used to be used earlier ones. Pricing again, you can see how the asymmetric keys are priced as well as the data keys. You can usually generate RTKs, IDs, all different keys, and depending on how you create and what source you create, there's a price and the price of the organization. And as far as applications are different link, I'll give you a about the bullet point and how we use them with the canvas. And also point out some of the big questions that I need to you as far as the questions are. So I'll pause for a second, take a few like. And then learning is also important as I'm assuming that you want to learn more about what we do in general. Theory overall, yeah, lots of different things are available. Here's the opportunity, get those courses, learn more. There's lots of information about the research as well. And finally, thank you very much. I appreciate you coming to this channel with me. I have time to tell you about what we have. I'm very excited for you to do something with these things that you launch. I also point out that so far, you've been able to use canvas with two services, be able to create and as we all point out, not the features is not performance, not ability to look at this, all canvas service keys, move forward as well. You have these certificates for you, and you look at canvas as a service. I'm very excited to do things with you as well. I'm very open, great feedback to have for service. We'll talk about what more you like to see as far as Thank you everyone for coming to today's session. Section on AWS introduction to Amazon Gardening. So before we get into this next video, last week I introduced to all of our features. So I can see what other features and as a way to utilize those to this model project. So when we get to this program, we'll just have a so with very model is a full management service for your roads and themselves. And we're specifically going to find out support for here is to do that. I think it's really important. And that's really pretty and it's something to more structures and more structures. You want to make also as other engineer here. And we can we need to know what structures for a lot of maybe what is really we need to know that we have the settings so that you have some options to create so for all of you guys, we talk with three areas. First is blocks. Your blocks are going to be different users. So we have to all the these three account once you start you have to ensure if you're in these blocks, you have to get users to people. So we have lots of blocks. You have all the names of the environment. And so we're going to see who's a lot of names. And so what is it? All the like so you all the so you have and so we have and so we need to so we have to so we have to so we have to so that we can see that in your and you're also going to be on and that is going and you're going to be on the most and so forth there so you have one of those over it is over so we have to so the whole thing is not worry about it so So we saw on the page and we're with 30 so artists by digital and also people use money and we'll look at ways that you can do things soon after interaction we use real life services so I have that is our service allows you to run those road so we use is center authentication getting off of this is you can use it and everyone is so you can do what so we're not this is so we use this we are this first every week we are going to do and we're going to do just and then we have all operations so we just we want to get you get just you get that so also we use the so we have all the services to use this pattern so we have so you have so you program on PDS and program on and so we see that is a known most involved in standards we are which is the American and so it's not to like standards and we're not going to do this we just also we work back at the point and we want to change and what I was and what was that you know it's so we just do so we have a sense that we start going things how to measure how to set everything is this video because we don't for down you walk down you walk down those ones so what you do what other things you do is you always to every minute so if it's something like you go to take or you don't have to answer actually think how you do it and you want to get it so when you create stuff you have it this one so you get it so like actually I mean this you get it so to go to so you're getting those things else what is our reports like that's what I'm going to you go to line you go all the time go to or to you and I'm going to with things like make it something all that is that you're going to the this is my name on so if you have this so you have this my name is to do the you want to read this so this I think this was pretty much I got to do what is your smart so you know I want to do this I don't know what you're doing so the rule is so you have a you're one hour so it's like you know or so and that's what it's so you have something and I just all out so you know this is we can say about you are like so what is this going to use it you know what you're looking at that's going to be it's very fixed for you to say so it's like we want to do you know I want to go so yeah you can like so there's a second I wish that the 1.5 section is will I'll say we're going to so this is my first one and or what we do about it I think we're going to more one of the things is tricky is having the so a lot of times we can't tricky you have to all the results it's not good thing to do it's take one thing you're watching also the thing is you can't figure out how you know this thing you know what it's for or so this is everything work easy it's only a lot of 3 hours it's not a line for time we're going to come to work with the other we're not being I'm not how you want to do things we're doing that we're just going to what is that there are you're doing this so I think it's sort of second and we all are using and you want to do anything we're going to do actually so for example it's something that we're going to do and we're going to do welcome. Mr. Bass, I good time having you. I'm Miles. I'm for the opportunity. I'll be back soon. Very after. We're about to using the you of 30. I'll do and then I'm going to points and already. I'll just have a community and I do some conference and I'm going to do we can so first we're going to find bring out where the argument was. And that's going to be around especially detail. I'm going to do anything I want to do I think we're going to so I'll do something I'm pretty quick about the services that I'm doing and we're going to do is my something which I think I think I'm going to work on that. I'm going to do this. I think it's just I'm going to do that like areas that I think it's going to find some very models. I'm going to do and we'll be taken on everybody. So we have to like we very much which is everything that's happening. But what I do is just say what is and even work like and we want to do that different like this it's not being here so when you do learning I think here we use most as well as so just being at the areas and I'm saying that I do this we can get all our speakers now it's part of it when it comes to is nature that we're medical we can have audience for the audience in very much things you have to from that nature there is on so our people was no one is going to make very active and so that's what we always so our purpose is to see all those things and so we all please look and we can have very much reasons how it's here the next was so we were no matter and we have to say that somebody sees that kind of speed to me you know that is not find out what are the things you know you're just not anything or could be either or something like that and that's just like that as we know here's the kind of so like it's very easy that and I've seen the change like from being able to use it to make it better it can be honest just trying to play manage this something else is here so when it's over to something else you can say like I do all of us so we must do something allow you to make up to so we are able to see all things we are able to things and they come to us so we're going to make really nice videos in so I have to watch and all of you and it's really for all of us and what do you need to do everyone can do you want to things very very answer and do anything so this is yeah videos so all these are otherwise and one of the things to try this is you have to make so we watch the you is the these are all in the list and I think we're going to so we can just build up something so we're going to work you have to watch so we have to watch you have to watch this is the so we're going to watch research like we're going to get the answer so the data and this is me like this is me it's all you need to know you here for this I'm going to something on the other I'm going to watch your you need to organize it to and so we talk about the thing from what make your customer and this is all the things that is starting and we're going to get this to like those things again and we talk about like I think from the site also now I will channels that I can know actually for your and just I think I'm here and I'm just basically doing something so we have to turn on and they go to search so we have a slider which is really important on those numbers so on the evidence also work I think it's folders where the all the Now, Hello everyone, welcome to our online TED Talk today. We're going to talk about LMAC and using videos. I'm looking for your suggestions, and also for your suggestions, and also one who's our researcher, and we're going to what we'd like to do today is what we can for LMAC from this conference, internet back, and visitors to later back, and users of LMAC media. Also, like to know users by LMAC and users, and users, and then I'm going to run for interactive filters now. We usually like to give you a question, and for Q&A as well. Before we do so, I'm going to share with feedback from customers, and users, and users. The one is on customers, and this is our customers, and this is the community, and this is the community of customers, and by others, and so I'm going to customers that we do where it is, and also like and we're going to points around the globe, and new applications now with these requirements as VR, and really we can connect today. But then we can tell you requirements and kind of always there. And usually what is offered to everybody and push this. But also tools that are customers, but we are customers taking and finding ideologies and really developing and communicating ideologies. We're having companies with customers, creating everything one way for building trust and community. So we can do many different research that is doing and managing disorder and the US. And we want to and foster our family, all customers to the fail and remove the issue of cost. So get pieces of the before we can run it. The second thing that we customers is really and all the evaluate the future and the around the for the US. So we have our ideas and our goals to the area. Once we have the ideas, then we go ahead and prioritize and find which one you're going to resources or your resources. Where how much you want to study before the area. This is where we allow customers to have jobs and we look at jobs and resources both find so these are just a combination of within many ideas and we go ahead and that allows customers to try and do that. We want to offers you that deal. We're going to use in a way where it's useful. So I'm going to allow that we can customers to manage that deal. We can allow customers to use that deal as well. And we can and we are just like within the ideas having deal. So we're going to read and what they're trying to find and things. I think we're going to define their own ideas so that happens with users for customers. That's the other way. And once customers have started and we are able to all the actions on it and apply their capabilities on the line. So we like to be able to able to and also the for when we need to like wait and ideas to manage and also we're going to have some and we can use so we can go on the ideas. So we use the users. Like we use the before we really evaluate it. And we use the ideas for management. So we find the new ideas and you can use the ideas for the comes out of those lines in the we like to use any kind of new company for it like to so I think we need to use out in the so we use the users and we have all of the so I think we can talk about that. I think there are points that we like to do and I think there are two things on it. Then we can run some idea. So we also can only use other than one idea. Also try to emulate all this and like then go and select the resources where we have managing they want. And then by being doing jobs. We also do any jobs as are. Then you can on the need to ideology or other and one jobs with we want to have both fairly offering jobs as one thing. We are running jobs or running or just users with research. Also have you take off and include our jobs. This is particularly defining how much and where you like to use the idea. So running materials like tags or like or exercise. So users and as we want to use like or other than text or other than so how do you review jobs now there are process or we use all jobs and then actions and so we can go and manage users and users allow customers to use users across multiple accounts. These will match up with multiple accounts, so users now example accounts or if learning multiple users data that use master director users. I think users really quick accounts. You can go in present the master director and jobs and users. So you can where if customer already has like the LG process So that's why I just that are related to I think what the is going to be like and how to do that. I think most of the design is I think the idea is as one person needs to be type where all the guys and only use like when they are on the super machine and we customers use the entire machine by using like use to respond where you also just really know the idea in MSC but actually use MSC particularly when you actually use it and that for example for the on yes or no just to be able to use MSC where you know it's the so also to have applications that you know like your use and MSC for MSC another case where you use is making really points and you want to that meeting so all these and all these are really points and counting so what we use it in the rest customers these are just for doing the analysis and then daily monthly allows by using every other secondary jobs and helps us maintain the points also maintain all the jobs you can use those sometimes all rights all those hands you actually get the customers so these are what you use for the RC and price and combination and these are everything where you want and then the other case where you customers where the motivated for is they want to stay in body image so if customers are moving on this out or they want to see and from the others or the idea before they move away and see and see the one have the source of the apply to the body such as nutrition or just having and then they can move into funnel or whether it's or innovation from to so what we use for the RC and these ones so the is really incentive to control so before incentive to control where you go so where you select family and we resources and MSC is always resources but then there are ways where we have the audio just in MSC so we can from the family so the other is really expect the family this is where you see all the customers and use customers and make some hands ideas with family so I can do like two questions there are really two questions that come in this one is relation this is on the rocket there in the and so you and look at the rocket in
Yeah, no, I don't want to pay for the third day free trial. No, you didn't. Alright. What's this? I'm just gonna like this, save this, and it's a whole ass show. Good to know. Alright, let's watch the. That's a lecture, that's a lab, that's a lecture. Watch the first lecture.
Welcome to this week's module on AWS Guard Duty.
Probably have to restart this because of it gets stuck sometimes.
Hi guys, welcome to this week's module on AWS Guard Duty, Mercy, and Security Hub. All these tools have in common is they allow you to ease the way you're able to analyze the security logs in your AWS infrastructure. With CloudTrail and CloudWatch, we're able to generate really detailed logs of activity going on in our environment, but really going through those logs can become extremely tedious and painful, like shifting through all the hay just to find the needle that is a security vulnerability or a security breach in your infrastructure. So let's look at some tools that would help us go through our logs, and using machine learning and artificial intelligence, it's able to actually analyze and tell us when a possible security breach or hack or attempt on a resource or vulnerability of data is present in our infrastructure. So what is Guard Duty? So our Guard Duty is a continuous security monitoring service that allows us to analyze and process data sources, VPC flow logs, to analyze network traffic. We'll cover VPC soon, but VPC is basically the networking of your AWS Cloud account. So it analyzes your network logs, it analyzes AWS CloudTrail API calls, and it analyzes your DNS logs, so Route 53. It uses threat analysis feeds, such as malicious IP addresses and domains you can enter, machine learning to identify unexpected or potential threats or malicious activity in your infrastructure based on past activity. So this can include issues like escalating privileges, users' credentials being exploited, or communicating to a malicious IP address that you have entered to an IP table of malicious IP addresses. So it does all this, plus Guard Duty can detect compromised EC2 instances, serving malicious or malware data back to a malicious source. So you can monitor your traffic from your EC2 instances out and seeing maybe if your EC2 instances are compromised, it knows it's sending information back to the hacker with, maybe it's doing some Bitcoin
Homework
mining,
right
maybe it's
now.
sending sensitive information on that instance, whatever it might be. It's communicating to a outside source that it really shouldn't be.
I am learning
So AWS provides a lot of ways to
AWS.
just collect information, like the VPC logs, the CloudTrail, the DNS logs. They provide really detailed, interaction that's going on in these services, what's connecting, who's connecting, when it's connecting, what's being looked at, what network traffic is being sent
Oh,
out
it's your
into
first
our
time here.
instances,
Welcome.
and our resources or any API calls. So it's really kind of keeping track of all this, and it can collect very quickly massive amounts of data. I mean, terabytes and terabytes of data if your infrastructure is large enough. So it's collecting these really large logs. The problem is, right, it's trying to go through those logs. It's unrealistic. If you look at the CloudTrail logs, there's all these JSON files for every little event that occurs. It's unrealistic to actually sit there and have an admin or solution architect sit there and shift through that. So the solution is Guard Duty, right? It uses intelligence and machine learning to be able to detect and identify potential threats. How do you connect to Guard Duty? You can always use AWS console, which we'll be doing for our lab today, but you can use SDK and use it programmatically, or you can use it through an HTTPS API call. So
I'm
it allows you
streaming
multiple
my
ways to actually
homework.
interact with Guard Duty
That's
to
what
pull
I'm
data.
doing.
How does Amazon Guard Duty work? How is it collecting and constantly monitoring your environment and your logs? So it's really easy to just enable Guard Duty. It's just a one-click option in the console. And once it starts, you can start monitoring the account you're logged into, or member accounts, other accounts that your company is associated with. And then from there, it will start tracking your CloudTrail logs, your VPC logs, your network logs, your flow logs, and your DNS logs. And those are like the queries your systems make to questionable domains. And from there, it does combine a set of rules. So AWS Security, with the assistance of some third parties, have assembled a list of security threats to monitor for. So they're able to use, and I'll show you some other threats that they're talking about later, but they're able to analyze maybe malicious websites, malicious activities, malicious network traffic coming into your network. That's doing maybe some port scanning or external connections to questionable sites. So, or maybe extra traffic that's being generated that doesn't really shouldn't be. It's outside normal activity that machine learning can detect because it now has an idea of how your infrastructure kind of behaves. And once it detects a threat, what happens? So there's actually a couple options. You can monitor the threat through the Guard Duty console. You can have notifications sent to you. But really one of the more interesting things you could do is you could set up a Lambda function to help mitigate the threats. So if, for example, some questionable traffic is being sent out from one of your servers outward, maybe you want to now take that system off the network. So prevent it from sending any outgoing traffic, move it to a subnet that has no ability to send traffic outside. So then you can isolate it. A lot of times you don't necessarily want to delete the service because you want to go in there and analyze and use some forensics analysis on your system to determine what has happened, because you really ideally you want to prevent this from happening again. So you have to know how the system was compromised to begin with to be able to prevent the same thing from happening later. So instead of just immediately deleting the threat or deleting the compromised data, you're going to want to figure out how it happened. So some of the benefits of using Guard Duty is that it's able to identify threats continuously. If you had to manually go through this, it might take weeks and months before an administrator or solution architect actually detects a threat or compromised system on your network. And you hear in the news of companies like Sony or some big corporations getting compromised, and they'll say,
when you get
they've been
hacked.
in the system for months, and you're like wondering, like, how have you been hacked for months and not known? It's because of this, because the evidence is there, it's in the logs, it's always in the logs, but it just takes somebody to find
It's
it,
always
and
in the
be able to
logs.
have someone sit down and figure it out, or see some suspicious activity and try to figure out why that's happening. It takes a person finding it, and that doesn't happen immediately. In the real world, it's just too much data for realistically to go through. So having an automated system is really the most logical thing and the best thing your company can do, and making sure that the automated system is working correctly, right? It's not just setting it up and forgetting about it. You have to set it up, make sure it's monitoring, it's checking for potential threats, but at the same time you have to make sure it's up to date and still working. So it does provide this nice comprehensive central location and it keeps up to date as well. So AWS takes ownership of the guard duty and guard duty's ability to find the threats. So threats are constantly changing. The way that a hacker works or vulnerabilities are constantly changing. So it's up to AWS to make sure that guard duty is actually identifying threats as they change, right? As they're coming in, as they're changing. What a hacker does, or the vulnerability, or the maybe network traffic signature that your network is putting out is changing in such a way that it can detect there's a problem. So AWS Guard Duty comes integrated with up-to-date threat intelligence feeds from some really big companies, CrowdStrike, Proofpoint, so some big security third-party firms. So threat intelligence coupled with machine learning and behavior modeling does help you detect activities such as currency mining, Bitcoin mining, compromised credentials, communication to unknown command and controlled servers, API calls from malicious IP address. So strength through security automation also, right? So in addition to detecting threats, AWS
Oh,
Amazon Web
damn.
Services Guard Duty can also make
Good
it easy to
luck with
automate
that.
response to threat, reducing
And
the
I
loading time to
took off
recover.
the hat
So
because it was
reducing,
kind
once you
of
find out that
big. It
your
was
system has
kind
been
of
compromised, really figuring out how
distracting,
to
so I
prevent any
took it
further
off.
compromise of data.
You
And also
want
helps
me
you
to
get
keep the
information
hat?
from the
I could put the
hacker
hat
where
back
the attacker
on.
from the IP address and geolocation. So really on an enterprise scale, Guard Duty enables and manages across multiple
Give me a
AWS
second. Let me put
accounts
the hat
easily
back
to
on.
monitor these threats. So if your company has 10, 20, 100, 200 AWS accounts for all the developers and projects, then this provides this one central location to get all the threats for your security team.
There we
Because you don't
go.
want to go and configure dark Guard Duty on all 100 AWS accounts for your company. You want to configure it in one central location, monitor the threats across all your AWS accounts in one central location. Once you go into Guard Duty in your AWS console and enable it, then you can actually invite other AWS accounts in your company to
What
be
you
a
mean by
member
that?
of your Guard Duty in your master account. So you have the master Guard Duty account, and
You
then
don't
invite
like
other
my
AWS
head.
accounts to become members of that account. So then you have that one central location to view all the findings, security threats,
No,
vulnerability findings in that one central
it
location.
was
And you're allowed
never
up to
brown.
1,000 member accounts in your Guard Duty. So up to 1,000 AWS accounts to monitor in that one central master
It's
AWS
either
Guard Duty account.
red or no hat.
Once Guard Duty finds a potential threat, Guard Duty will
There
actually
was
send a
never a
notification
brown
with
hat.
ways to
That's a
view any
Mandela
potential security
effect.
issues in the console and get a very detailed description, which we'll see later on in the lab section. You can also do a call the Guard Duty API and get findings, list findings as well. You can do that through the AWS CLI, and you can also do findings through the CloudWatch events. Now, to determine what are the potential findings, it's not exactly released the code, but if you look at the AWS white paper on Guard Duty, there is a section on Guard Duty findings and finding types, and these are the types that it currently will support. So you see there's a whole bunch of categories right here on the side, potential findings, and it kind of goes further down in this. So this is, we're taking a look at the recon findings, and when a hacker tries to compromise a network, he has to first do reconnaissance, and that means determining what services are there to possibly compromise, and this is done by doing port scanning. So it tries to scan your network, it tries to see what are some unprotected ports, and from there it tries to build up what kind of permissions it might have on those ports. So really this is the recon stage. So right now, AWS Guard Duty can detect, the most simplest one is port scanning. That's really one of the most basic thing a hacker can does. It just scans an entire network range, IP range, and it tries to see if well-known ports are open. So like port 22 for SSH, can it connect to port 22 to SSH? Does a SSH server respond back and try to establish some sort of connection with the hacker? If that happens, the hacker knows that port is open. Now it just has to determine, well, what version of SSH, if it's an old version, is there a zero-day vulnerability for that service? Can it get hacked into? And you can do that with anything. Web services, RDS, database services, MySQL,
They really be
Apache,
like,
Nginx, all these really well-known services that people install for web
you're
services,
safe?
email
Nah,
file services,
never
database services,
safe.
command line, remote desktop. All these services people use very commonly can potentially be open. And even when we did, if you took the last class with Kubernetes had a really big vulnerability they found just not that long ago, a few months ago. And
Oh hell no.
companies, all hackers have to do was scan company
I haven't
networks,
even
find if that port,
I
that
haven't
well-known
even used
port is open,
Kubernetes,
and then
and there's
run a
already a
exploit
hack.
on that port, and it would find that you could get in full administrative access to the Kubernetes cluster through that vulnerability. And it was able to do that because it did a port scan. Now, AWS Guard Duty can detect when a port scan is happening and can detect where the port scan is coming from. So you could set up in such a way, you could set up a Lambda function or create some sort of rule that if a port scan is happening from a specific IP address, maybe you want to block that IP address that cannot access your AWS VPC or network. So there's things you can do. So the idea is these are just the
That probably
recon
costs
types of
money
findings you
though.
can have. And you can click on like backdoor findings and persistent finding types and policy finding. So there's a lot of different options here, but you can kick through it and read through some of the finding types that Guard Duty will do. And it's kind of interesting to read. So if you have some time, I recommend taking a look at the white paper and kind of give a quick glance at some of these findings and how they work and what it means to for this finding to actually have been occurred in your environment. So AWS Guard Duty has an option of creating a list, a trust list and a threat list. So there's a trust list, which is a white list of IP addresses that come from a trusted source. So even if maybe there's some questionable activities coming from this trust list, do not generate Guard Duty findings for it. And this can happen if your own department, your own company security team wants to do pen testing on your servers. So if your own security team is doing port scanning and trying to do some compromise your environment to test the security of your infrastructure, that would be flagged by Guard Duty. But again, it's from your internal company. You want to trust their IP addresses. The opposite is true. If you know there are malicious IP addresses of individuals or teams of hackers that are trying to compromise your environment and you happen to have their IP addresses, you could generate Guard Duty findings based off those malicious IP addresses and pull up records of what those IP addresses have been doing and trying to maybe come in and port scan or compromise, or maybe they did compromise and they had regular traffic coming in and out of your AWS infrastructure to generate a list of findings based on these malicious IP addresses. Not because they flagged necessarily something in your environment, maybe they're very good and they didn't flag any sort of malicious activity, but they were in and your system was compromised, but you could create a list, a Guard Duty list of information based on those IP addresses. So the pricing of Guard Duty is free for the first 30 days, so that should be plenty of time to do your assignment. After that, after you're done with your assignment, be sure to turn it off. Avoid any possible fees, so you shouldn't have to incur any cost in your account. After that, there is a daily cost. If you're running this in a true infrastructure and you want to run Guard Duty for security purposes, there is a daily cost based on the size of your infrastructure. So here's a quick screenshot of the Guard Duty interface once it's enabled, and here are some findings, and we'll take a look at this again when we do the lab section, but I just want to show you here. Here is a list of findings, and you can see Bitcoin-related data domain queries, so that was like a DNS finding, outbound port scan on an EC2 instance, so you see some port scanning going on, and if you run instances that are publicly facing. Port scanning is constantly going on. It's not a really big surprise when you see port scanning. So here, someone tried to do a brute force attack. Someone tried to log into an RDS, a Windows system, remote desktop interface using probably guess passwords. Brute force is just guessing password. Bitcoin query.
Yep.
What else we got here? Data exfiltration through DNS query. So they're trying to gather information. So that's probably some reconnaissance, trying to gather information from your DNS server about hosts in your network. So just tons of stuff going on here. And when we do a lab, I'll show you how to gather some sample data. And when you click on one
They're
of these,
trying to
more
mine on
detailed
someone
data will
else's
appear on this
computer.
site
That's what
about
they're
the
trying to
finding.
do.
So you kind of see how severe it is.
I
the
mean, you
target,
used to be able to
pull
do
up
that,
log
and then
data,
they
you see IP
stopped
address
it.
right here that's coming from. So really just a bunch of data that you can make an educated decision on later on about what you want to do about these findings.
All right. Pretty sure that was this one. Now let's do the lab, which is this one, I think. Guard Duty Lab. All right, to test some of the features of Amazon Guard Duty, follow the steps below. Enable Guard Duty. Generate simple data. Here's are the instructions. Selects 3 sample data findings. Write 100 words of each of the 3 selected sample data findings. Include the report for each finding. What is the finding? Oh, I have to actually write it. Damn. What does it mean for the finding to have occurred? What resources was affected? The resource ARN. What is the finding risk level? Is it an instance that is a public IP? What steps should be done to provident to provident? How do you pronounce this word? um, Pronunciation. Yes.
Provident.
Provident. Okay. Done to provident this finding to occur again. What steps should be done to provident this finding to occur again? I don't know. Launch an EC2 instance with the below specifications. AMI, Amazon Linux 2, type T2 micro, disk 8 gigabyte, security group port 22, source 0.0.0 /0, which means everything. Let it in. Let it in. Note importance. That's port 22 is open to the world, so hacker will find the port during a recon port scan of IP addresses. Oh, yes. I am also a voice actor. If you want to hire me for something. Yeah, I used to stream with my face, and then I got this avatar. Well, technically I drew this avatar, but yeah, you get what I mean. Yeah, I used to do a bunch of visual novels and stuff, but like I don't do that no more. I used to also like do like internet like YouTube abridged series. Those are not very popular now anymore. Back in the day, back when I was young. Back in the day, jingle jingle jangle. I used to do a lot of online work. Not anymore. I don't really have time for that. Like I used to like go into the garage and then just record for hours and then come back and then like submit lines and then just like all right, redo them and then go back into the garage and then like your voice would be dead. I'm like, all right, I'm gonna need another day. But like I'd be recording them like as soon as I get the script, I do them. Usually people like get the script and then they take like a couple weeks or like to like get the stuff done, and I'm like, all right, let me just get this out. I'm gonna get it. I better start saying my lines, and then if I need any changes, I record them back, send it back in until I get the lines they need, and then that's how I used to do my stuff. And now my sister has a garage, so technically I have nowhere. Yeah, low-key, voice acting was my passion. And then my parents were never really supportive of that, so I couldn't really make that into a thing. So I am going originally I was doing voice acting as a hobby, and I was studying to be a nurse slash rad tech, which is the people that do the X-rays. And I didn't really like doing that, so I I worked in a fast food. I worked at a Dunkin' Donuts for a while, and then COVID hit, and I decided to go back to school, and then I went for computer related stuff, but like I went for like a broad approach. So I went for IT, uh, like other stuff like database, website building, graphics design, uh, networking, cloud based infrastructure. Like I went full broad. Sure, I could draw it. I mean, I drew this, so I could draw a hat. I literally just drew the hat on, and that's the hat. Like literally, yeah. I mean, it's part of the lore. I am part of the lore. It is me. I am me. Technically, my lore as a character is I died and I have been reincarnated in this form. So, but yeah, that is why I haven't been using my human form in like long. But like, I flip flop between my human form and my VTuber form. So, yeah, like I'll be doing like exercise streams where I just be like, you see my whole body, you see my face, you see my everything. Because I do not have full body tracking, so I can't really do VR exercise, you know. But like I can do me going into the garage and then walking on a treadmill, or me going and playing what is it called? Ring Fit, or I could do you know, just general exercises. But note, I am in severely out of shape, so I am easily get tired. I'm like, stream starts, fucking hyperventilate, sweating like crazy, have like a big jug of water, like fucking dying. That's what I get for being in at home like 24/7, you know, not doing anything. All right, what was I doing? Oh yeah. Uh the funny thing is like back in the day, like I would just like hang out with like voice actor people and then like stream, but this is like back before this Avatar thing. It was like back in like the 2014 stuff. And like this is like back when Five Nights at Freddy's was popular. Oh, helicopter. Oh, is it not gonna play? No. No. That's so not Pog. Okay, I'll do it over for you. Don't worry. Just gotta wait 21 seconds for me to redeem it for you. I don't know why my alerts were turned off, but I gotta return them back on. And five, four, three, two, one, click.
Helicopter, helicopter.
I feel like this is more value for like I usually do that when I play a lot of Overwatch. So you know, Orisa with the helicopter, you know. This would be give me a sec. Yeah. I mean, the orange one does little like animations like that. Little people dance. Yep. That's what happens when you go on break. You get wasted. Not in the drinking way, but in the oh no, you've fallen and you can't get up kind of way. Alright, I'm a BRB real quick. I need a BRB going to fill up my water.
Many would try to tell me it's better to be quiet and not believe, but I can't dodge a vision I had so many years back that told me I was destined to share with you the joys of love and freedom. Join me, I can make it easy. Rid yourself of that divide. With a loud burning faith, I echo to you. I can't wait to see you running to me. Arms open wide, I'm welcoming you. Is your soul crying out salvation? Loud burning faith, you echo to me. I believe it though I cannot Helicopter, helicopter. Paracofer, paracofer.
Did the helicopter even work in BRB? I wasn't here. That was good. It's the music, right? You want me to go on another break? Because I will. Because I'm looking at files right now. Oh, damn. I mean, it is a banger. No, you didn't. Oh, I only love Eurobeat. It's my fave. The best part is, there's ads. The best part is not the ads. The best part is it's content ID free Eurobeat, not just regular Eurobeat. It's copyright free Eurobeat. Dun, 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 dun. It's like slightly different, so it's not copyrightable. Yeah. All right. Enough of that. We have to. We have to actually start doing things.
The first thing you want to do in our first lab, we're going to
Okay, we gotta restart that.
Helicopter,
Helicopter. I should probably increase the audio of that. Give me a sec. Unless filters. Let's put this to 30 and let's see how much that increases for me. Alright, so let's put it to 20. Hopefully that increases it.
helicopter, helicopter. Paracofer, paracofer.
No, you didn't. What's wrong with it? Why would you say that? Is it too loud? Just tell me, is it too loud? Do I have to lower it? I'll lower it. Let me put that, but alright, so I put. Damn, that's unfortunate. I'm not even doing that. That's just. It's supposed to be 30-second ads. I don't know how you're getting 4 ads. That should be at least 1 ad. That's pretty cringe.
Hi.
This is for you. Are you winning, son?
Helicopter, helicopter.
You still in that hell?
Helicopter, helicopter.
The stack.
Paracofer, paracofer. Defeat.
Alright, let's put a. Interactive, you know? Bruh.
The first thing you want to do in our first lab, we're going to take a look at
God
Guardy, and you'll
damn.
want to log into your Amazon console. So once you do that, under
Why is that so loud?
Security, Identity, and Compliance, Guardy will be listed. We can click on Guardy, and it's very easy to just set this up. We make sure we're in, first select the correct region, Northern
Alright, give me a second. Pretty sure I have this saved. Give me a second. Yes. Uh, what will happen? 1,000. Lost. Oh, ain't no way. Give me a sec. Fuck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I don't believe. I did your 5. Ain't no way. God damn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yo, what just happened? Thank you for the follow. Another 5? Ain't no way. Thank you for the follow. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm a big boy. All right. Technically, it's for exercise purposes, you know. That's usually when I'm playing games, and I have no time to exercise. All right. Oh. Video. Let's see if it records. What you mean by that? All right. Filter. Let's record mode. Streaming. MP4. Streaming. Nah, that's crazy. You would say that. That's crazy. All right, which one is my mic? Mic is 6. It should not be here. Sounds should be 5, 5. Is that a thing? That is a thing. TTS go there. Put you in 4. Discord with me for 3. Chat no talkie. I mean, it's no noise. Let's go 5. All right, that looks safe. Okay, filters. 6 source. Weak. Close. Trying to see if the recording works. All right, and recording. There should be 2. Let me see. Perfect. It's just what I wanted. So I could do the homework and be streaming. All right. Let's put this on the side. Go to this. Wonder if I could do it on the Learner Lab. Learner Lab. Let me check if the Learner Lab actually works. If not, I have to do it on the main account. README. Service usage and other restrictions. Control F. Guard. Amazon Guard duty is usable? Question mark. Okay. The service is assumed. All right, I'm just gonna assume I can and start the Learner Lab. Yeah. All right. Have a good night. See you. Bye bye. And let's play some music while we wait for this to load. Oh, another one. Take it back accomplished. Another one. I'm just gonna use them all. Yep, I had a couple. There's a new Jujutsu Kaisen episode coming out. Manga. Bruh. It's not weird, it's adrenaline based. God. Beauty. This work. Starting. Enabling guard duty. Use grants guard duty permissions to analyze VPC flow logs, AWS cloud trail management, analyze elastic block storage, protection plans. Alright, enable guard duty. Okay. Now let's look at the tutorial.
California, and make sure we're just going to enable it. For guard duty to work, it has to be able to interact with other services. So it has this assume role action. You can assume the role necessary to be able to interact with your EC2 instances, your CloudWatch, your CloudTrail. So whatever it needs to collect information.
Okay. Now where is... Let's see the instructions. You can generate samples with Amazon Guard Duty to help you visualize and understand the various fighting types that Guard Duty can generate. When you generate sample findings, Guard Duty populates your current finding list with one sample finding for each supporting finding type. The generated samples are approximation populated with placeholder values. These samples may look different from real findings for your environment, but you can use them to test various configurations for Guard Duty, such as your CloudWatch events or filters. For a list of available values for finding types are listed in Finding Types table. To generate some common findings based on simulated activity within your environment, see automatically generating common Guard Duty findings below. Alright, generate sample finding through Guard Duty console or API. Choose your preferred access method to generate sample findings. The console method generates one of each finding type. Single sample findings can only generate through API. Okay, we need from console or API. Use the following procedures to generate sample findings. This process generates one sample findings for each Guard Duty finding type. Open your Guard Duty console at https://console.aws.amazon.com/guardduty/. In the navigation pane, choose Settings. On the Settings page, under Sample Findings, choose Generate Sample Finding. In the Generating pane, choose Findings. The sample findings are displayed on the current finding page with the prefix sample. A title Sample Findings generated through these methods always begin with sample. In the console, sample findings have a value of sample. In the additional info section of the finding John. It's a Jason. I said Johnson. Jason. Like Freddy versus Jason, but you don't know what that is. I'm done. Don't worry about it. Let's go to watch the tutorial.
So once you do that, all you have to do is click Enable to get started.
I went here. I did not see any of the things. I just clicked Enable and I got into this. Now,
within a few moments, it should bring you to the Guard Duty console. Right off, it's not going to have very much information because Guard Duty does take time to collect information or findings of security threats that are occurring in your environment. So under findings, you won't see much listed.
I have settings in a different location. sample files, yes. Generate sample
So if you click
files.
on settings, it has a few options. One of them is generating
list.
sample data. We'll come back to that. The next is listing. This is
Lists. Like understands. A guard duty does not generate IP for IP addresses that include the user IP list. Guard duty generates findings for IP addresses that are included in this list. Okay.
where you can manage your list of trusted and threat lists. So these are domain and IP addresses that are both trusted or untrusted, so you can put it in the list accordingly. Here we can add multiple AWS accounts. So this is a central location. A company that will have many AWS accounts. You could add them all here and monitor the threat findings for all the accounts in your company in a central location. Guard duty is free for the first 30 days.
Hello there.
So here's just letting you know
How you doing,
how many days left are in your free trial.
Margareta?
Please turn off disable guard duty once you're done with this lab to avoid any possible your list of trusted and threat lists.
How you doing? Welcome to me doing my homework and nothing else. Yes, this is cloud-based homework. Also, I should probably pause the music. I'm streaming in multiple platforms. I am streaming currently on, give me a sec. I will tell you, I'm currently streaming on Kick, Trovo, DLive, YouTube, and Twitch at the same time. For my Twitch, for my Kick, obviously Twitch is first, which is Blade541. For my my Kick, it is Rakugan Knight. Yes, I am doing homework. Here it is. This is my Trovo, which should be streaming right now. Not Creator Studio. This. I hear ads. Ignore that. Then I have DLive, which is DLive slash Blade501 channel. So you can see it. There it is. And then also YouTube, which is at Racco and Night, or VTuber Racco and Night. That's what it is. But back to the homework. And yes, I am. I am currently doing homework, which is a cloud-based homework currently, which is Amazon Web Services. I'm currently learning about Amazon Guard Duty. And I'm following these step-by-step guide on AWS / watching a tutorial video on how to do this homework assignment. I will submit the assignment. I also have to do some 100-word thing. Oh my gosh. All right. I got you. And it's 5. Let me turn off the air, or else I'm gonna be hitting myself with the fan, the ceiling fan. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 5 jumping jacks. Just as promised. You can only do that on Twitch. But I gotta migrate people to my YouTube. Alright, let's continue watching the video.
These are domain and IP addresses that are both trusted or untrusted, so you can put it in the list accordingly. Here we can add multiple AWS accounts. So this is a central location. A company will have many AWS accounts. You could add them all here and monitor the threat findings for all the accounts in your company in a central location. Guard duty is free for the first 30 days, so here it's just letting you know how many days left are in your free trial. Please turn off disable guard duty once you're done with this lab to avoid any possible fees.
I don't know how to safeguard it.
So again, see, there's no findings found. If you wait a while and you have some services running some EC2 instances, you might come up with some findings. But for right now, what we're going to do is we're going to go generate sample findings under settings. So go under settings, generate.
You know, I just have like all these findings. All right, under findings, I have all this. Apparently, I have some Trojans in here. Wow. Okay. This is because I'm using the Learner Lab. These are the default settings. And there's a lot of high risk backdoor runtimes, backdoor unauthorized. Kubernetes. Apparently, Kubernetes is seen as a malicious file, as you have said in your lecture video. All right. Go back to the
sample findings. Now, if we go under findings, you'll see a bunch of findings listed. They have the finding type listed as sample, just so you can distinguish from any findings that are actually from your environment. If you click on one of the findings, you'll see on the right-hand side, information and details about that finding will appear. What region, which AWS account, which resource, and then what is the threat type? So what exactly is it finding? So it's pretty nice that they actually do offer a little summary of what the threat is. So it kind of gives you more information here. Find domain. So this is kind of like what this instance was experiencing, and then you click on it and get more information about that specific instance and what are some of the past findings for that instance. So if a system was compromised, it kind of does have it. So on the top here it says description of what it found, what threat category or type it found. And then if you click on more information, if you're not sure, you can actually pull up just a small summary of what that finding means. What does it mean to have that specific threat? So phishing domain request happens when a EC2 instance makes a DNS request to a domain that has a history of sending out, having phishing activities. So that's a site that tries to pretend they're another site, a legitimate site, and try to collect user information, maybe banking information. So if you ever get those emails, phishing emails saying, enter your password, IT asks you to change your password, those are phishing emails. So this is a phishing domain request DNS. You have an EC2 instance in your environment that's trying to contact a known domain that has been involved in phishing activities. So really, why would that happen? You have to ask, why would your system be trying to do that? So it's pretty questionable. In the normal activity of your EC2 instance, is there any reason why it should be contacting any server that might be on a network that's known for questionable activity? So it's interesting to kind of take a look at some of the possible findings. That's why we even have this option to generate findings. So here's one on user permissions, API common, used add, modify, or delete IAM properties or groups was invoked by IAM principal memory find user. So again, more questionable activity. So your assignment for this is to actually enable you to look at some sample data. And we select the 3 different sample data and give me a small summary of what that involves. Like what is the activity going on here, maybe some information about like the instance ID, the severity level, if it's low or high, if it kind of determines how seriously you should take this threat. If it's a low severity, maybe it's more informative, but if it's a high...
Let me bring it over here so you guys can see.
Helicopter.
Is something that should be acted upon. Also, if you look here, you click on, it shows how many are red, so red would be the high severity, so you kind of look at those and see which one should be looked at first, right? So if you have an environment and you're findings for your environment that's actually in production, then you want to look at the high severities first and make sure you take care of that and isolate those resources. You probably don't want to delete it because maybe you want to investigate what's going on or how the system's compromised, but you should definitely investigate and find out why your system's performing these questionable activities.
Spreading my
A great complement class to this class is taking a security class. So if you have one at your community college, definitely try to take a great complement to your AWS courses. So again, look at all the differences. Denial service, black hole traffic, some Bitcoin mining activity was found. So really, let's look at this denial service. So it indicates it's being a performed denial service attack using TCP. So one of your EC2 instances in your environment has activity that looks like they are involved in some sort of botnet performing a denial service attack on another company servers. So that means your system's compromised. Now the hacker waited for all his compromised servers all at once to start attacking some other company. So that means that you're sending out activity that's part of the denial service attack. You can also download some of the findings as JSON code. This might be useful if you have some third-party software that records security breaches in your company. After you collected your 3 samples to write about, and there'll be more details in the assignment. We take a look at what's new. What's new is let you know the new vulnerability types that have been added to GuardDuty. So you take a look at new denial of service detection techniques, new root credentials detection, new pen testing tool detection. So it really shows you all the latest finding tools and types that have been added to GuardDuty recently. So they don't publish exactly how these findings are coded and how the findings are done. They will tell you that it's able to do this finding, but won't tell you exactly what their code looks like to be able to determine these findings. So you don't get that kind of nitty detail, but it is good to know just a little summary here. And GuardDuty has been known to very easy to use and recommended for monitoring your environment. So if you're doing no other security in your environment, then that's good. I mean, ideally you should be watching your logs and CloudTrail and everything, but turning this on is a good first step in securing your environment. Again, it's not free, so if you're running this in your company, be sure you monitor the billing closely. One of the nice features about GuardDuty, it does have some partners that they work with, major security companies that contribute and can actually work with GuardDuty. So Palo Alto Networks, Rapid7. So you just have Splunk for logging, Trend Micro for viruses, malware detection. So a lot of major security companies work with AWS and can work with GuardDuty. So here I'm back at my findings. So if you leave your GuardDuty running for a couple days, you might get some findings. So I got these findings, and it just shows how I have a few instances in my environment that have been port scanned. So here it just shows that a hacker was trying to do recon. So you see the policy finder. It says recon at the beginning. Recon on one of my EC2 instances, trying to determine how can they go about hacking into my system. So port scanning is an extremely common activity on the internet. Everything's constantly port scanned by hackers. So it's really important that maybe this is low priority because they didn't actually get into your system. They're just scanning it for open ports. No hack has actually happened at this point. It's just reconnaissance, and once they collect this data, then they might do some more intelligent form of compromising the system, where they actually might do some try to investigate if there's some actually known vulnerability or zero-day attack they can perform on the port they found during the recon. So this is showing that I have EC2 instance that hacker was scanning, and maybe he'll choose or not choose to further attack that system, my system. If you're interested in generating some findings, what I'll ask you to do is launch an EC2 instance, leave port 22 open out to the world, and leave your EC2 instance running for a couple days. This should fall into a free tier to a T2 Micro, minimum disk space, Amazon Linux 2, and leave it running and try to get yourself a finding of recon. So it shouldn't necessarily take too long. I would imagine within one day you should get a finding. So go ahead and give that a try, as well as do the write up for 3 sample findings provided here and the sample data. So if you have any more information on recon,
She literally just said, "Hey yo, try to get hacked." I'm like, nah. What do you mean by that? She literally just said, "Try to get hacked."
once you get a recon finding, you can always click on more information on the top right there and get some details about what that finding entails if you want to learn more about port scanning. Once you're done with your findings, go ahead and click on usage. You can see the CloudTrail logs, VPC logs, and DNS logs. You can see how much data it has collected, and we've been running it for 1 day. After that, we're going to go ahead and disable our GuardDuty service once you're done collecting your data for your assignment. Under settings, click disable, and go ahead and save those changes, and it should bring back to this welcome page that it has been disabled. Be sure to do this, otherwise within 30 days you will start getting billed for this.
Yikes. Alright, let's remove that. Let's actually look at the assignments that I have to do. Alright, so let's look at this. Okay, let's generate some findings. Let's go to settings, sample GuardDuty, generate samples, findings. Alright, generate has been successful. Navigates to the findings and display your current finding page in the pretext sample. Right, findings, and then go to sample. These are samples. All these are samples. What happened to the other ones? Were they all findings? Yeah, they all seem to be samples. Yeah, all of this is samples. And let's go back to the top. The title sample findings generated through the methods will always be with sample and console. Sample findings have a value of sample. True in the additional info section of finding Johnson details. Alright, let's go to Johnson, Jason. Alright, there should be under what? Under additional information. Additional information. Where are you? Additional information, sample true. Okay. Correct. Automatically generated common GuardDuty findings. You can use the following scripts to automatically generate several common GuardDuty findings. The GuardDuty tester template uses AWS CloudFormation to create an isolated environment with Bastion host, a test Amazon EC2, an instance that you can access through SSH, and 2 target EC2 instances. Then you can run GuardDuty tester.sh to start interaction between the tester EC2 instance, the target Windows EC2 instance, and target Linux EC2 instance to simulate 5 types of common attacks that GuardDuty can connect, detect, and notify you about the generative findings. Let's go to scripts. Probably gonna download some bad. Okay. This is saying I have to do this in AWS, doesn't it? Console. Okay, as a prerequisite, you must enable guard duty and account region which you want to run guard duty tester template. Okay, we are in Virginia. Starting guard duty, you must generate and use an existing EC2 key pair in your region, which you want to run these scripts. EC2 key pair is a parameter of the guard duty tester template script that you use to create new cloud formation stack. For more information about generating keys, Amazon EC2 key pairs creates new cloud formation stack using guard duty tester.template. Creating the stack. So you create a stack. This is cloud formation. Before running a guard duty tester template, modify it with the values of the following parameters: stack name to identify the new stack, available zone where you want to run the stack, and key pair where you launch EC2 instance. Then you can use the corresponding private key to access EC2 instance to SSH. The guard duty tester template takes around 10 minutes to run and complete. It creates your environment and copies guard duty tester SH into tester EC2 instance. In AWS CloudFormation console, choose the checkbox next to the new running AWS CloudFormation stack. In the displayed set of tabs, select Output tab. Note the IP address assigned to the Bastion host and test EC2 instance. You need both of these IP addresses in order to access the tester EC2 instance through SSH. Create the following entry in your SSH configuration file to log into your instance through the Bastion host. Pretty sure I deleted AWS CLI and Python off of this computer. Post Bastion, post tester. Now you can call $sign SSH tester to target EC2 instance. First, I have to check what I have to do. Launch EC2 instance, Amazon Linux. Okay. EC2 instance. That launch instance. Guard duty tester EC2. Amazon Linux. Amazon Linux 2. Okay, I'm assuming it's this one. Could be another one, but this is the newest one, I think. 3-tier legible, yep. T2 micro, right? T2 micro. 8 is default. And 422 is default. Also have to create new key pair. Guard duty tester EC2. Create key pair. Save SSH from anywhere. Edit. Make sure it's port 22. Yep, it is. 8 storage. Okay. Note that 22. The hacker will find it. Alright. Launch instance. Instance is being launched. Wait for the accurate port scan, your EC2 instance, and recon finding creates a guard duty. This may take 24 hours for the port scan to obtain your findings. So I have to wait 24 hours for this. Wait, hacker. Okay. Oh my word. And I will finish this part tomorrow. Alright, let's do parts 2. Let's watch this.
Now we're going to take a look at another service known as Amazon Macy, and this is a really interesting
No, you didn't.
service because, again, it's using machine learning and artificial intelligence to be able to figure out the value of the data you're storing in AWS. So let's take a look at what that means. So what is Amazon Macy? Macy is a security tool that's used machine learning and automates discovery, classification, and protects sensitive data. So it's very common nowadays that companies are storing massive amounts of data in S3. They're creating these data lakes, they're known as, or they could even store massive amounts of data in RDS or DynamoDB. And sometimes they're not completely aware, the people working with the data aren't completely aware of how sensitive that data is. Is it credit card information, social security information, and maybe your customer's home address, medical information, if it's your login credentials, your access key, secret access key for.
Alright, let's fix that.
Now we're going to take a look at another service known as Amazon Macy, and this is a really interesting service because, again, it's using machine learning and artificial intelligence to be able to figure out the value of the data you're storing in AWS. So let's take a look at what that means. So what is Amazon Macy? Macy is a security tool that's used machine learning and automates discovery, classification, and protects sensitive data. So it's very common nowadays that companies are storing massive amounts of data in S3. They're creating these data lakes, they're known as, or they could even store massive amounts of data in RDS or DynamoDB. And sometimes they're not completely aware, the people working with the data aren't completely aware of how sensitive that data is. Is it credit card
AWS,
information, social security information, and maybe your customer's home address, medical information, if it's your login credentials, your access key, secret access key for your AWS infrastructure or your EC2 instances, whatever it might be, that you could be storing really sensitive data in S3. And you hear more and more companies are getting hacked into because data is left, sensitive data is left out there in the public S3 buckets, and hackers are finding it because they're actively port scanning, actively scanning public S3 buckets for a key, for a string of letters and numbers that matches something that's a sensitive information. So they're scanning data, not, physically with their eyes. They're using scripts. Are scanning data to find strings that match the correct length and width of a credit card, or the same kind of numbers and dashes of a social security number or a credit card number or someone's home address. So they're trying to really find, and very commonly, the AWS credentials, the secret access key and public access key, because it's very common for developers to put it in their code because it's really easy to solve a problem where they need a code to connect to a service to perform some sort of task for that code. So they're like, oh, let me just do this really quick and I'll fix it and do it correctly later. And maybe data, not, AWS credentials, the secret access key and public access key.
I was like tripping out because this slide had not changed for like a couple minutes. Let me see if this.
Month.
Okay.
So AWS
the slide does change. It's just
zone
it's in this life for a
to
long
solve a
time.
problem where they
Okay.
need a code to connect to a service to perform some sort of task for that code. So they're like, oh, let me just do this really quick and I'll fix it and do it correctly later. And they put their access key, secret access key in the code, put it up in an S3 bucket. Now it's publicly accessible. No one in the company is
Yeah,
wiser,
people do that.
and no one's looking for it.
Unfortunately,
So AWS created
I saw
Amazon
people hack
Maisie,
a lot
which
of people's
actually
servers
uses
because they just
information,
literally just
machine
leave it
learning,
out
regular
there. It's like,
expressions
oh,
to
what's the
scan
server password?
all your data
It's right
in your
like open
bucket.
text. It's in
And
the
your
plain
right
text
now it's currently only supports S3 bucket. In the future, they're going to add RDS
of the
databases.
website
So it's the idea is they're
or the app
scanning
or
anywhere you're
something.
storing data. Right now S3, in the future databases for sensitive data that's being stored there. So are you storing regular expressions? Using regular expressions, are you storing something that matches a credit card or something that matches a password? So
Yeah.
it recognizes sensitive data as personal identifiable information or intelligent property, and it provides you with a dashboard with alerts that gives you visually how this data is being accessed and moved. So some
No,
of
you
the
didn't.
features of Amazon Maisie is data discovery and classification. So Maisie allows you to identify business critical data and analyze access pattern and user behavior. So now it's continuously monitoring your data in your AWS account, and it's trying to determine if this is valuable data. So it tries to use natural language processing methods to understand data. So it's reading through documentation. Maybe it's a memo. Maybe it's a company logs. Maybe it's companies' invoices. Whatever it means, it's trying to analyze natural language, using natural language processing to determine the value of that data. It also uses artificial intelligence to understand access patterns based on historical trends. So how was this data accessed in the past?
Yeah.
If all of a sudden there's a huge spike of data getting pulled or specific data that hasn't been used in months, but all of a sudden everyone's accessing it or it's being accessed from an
Yeah, they
outside
be like
source,
that
it might
all the
flag
time.
it. Why is that
Always.
happening? Because historically that didn't happen before. Automatically access user activity. So
Yeah,
you're seeing who's
definitely.
accessing what data.
You have a good
If all of a
seat.
sudden an account that
Good
never
night.
accessed data before has a huge spike in accessing data, maybe that account got compromised and now a hacker is using that account to pull sensitive data out of your RDS or your, right now it's actually only S3. So it does intelligently and accurately tries to assess business value to data and prioritize the business critical data based on your unique organization. And you create your own custom security alerts and custom policies.
Ain't no way
So
you
you
said
can
that.
go in there and say, if data fits this kind of pattern or this unique kind of pattern or style in your data, in your S3 data, then you might want to say it's this priority level. So if something happens to this data, it should be this priority level. So you can actually do a customized policies that define
Well, thank you for
how
the ad
data,
money.
how sensitive some data can be. You can define your own regular expressions for your own company. If there's like accounts, like user accounts that you use for your company that you don't want going out, maybe you create some regular expressions and policies that define if it finds this string, this type of string with letters and number combination together, flag that as sensitive data. Some additional features is data security. A lot of large corporations have to have be compliant, security compliant. So it might, depending on what industry they work in, if it's medical industry, patient's information has to be protected. So it's very important that any sort of
Welcome back.
patient information has to have protection and be identified who is accessing that data. So if you get audited, you're able to provide a log of history of how that data is being stored, secured, and who's accessing it. So what's some things that AWS Amazon Maisie allows you to be proactive in working with your security compliance and achieve preventative security. So if you identify and protect various data types, so it can protect PII, PHI, so that's personal information, regulatory documents, API keys, and secret access keys. It can also verify compliance using automated logs. So you can ensure that you're compliant and automate the information. So if you get audited, you can provide those logs instantly. Identify and change to policies and access control lists, observe changes in user behavior and receive actionable alerts, receive notifications when data and account credentials leave protected zones, and detect when large quantity of business critical documentations are shared internally or externally. So why is your data being moved around when
We're
it hasn't been
learning
in the past? So
AWS,
it
and
really does have
currently
a
we're
lot of
learning
security features here
Macy,
and lets
which
you know
is
if any
a
of your data is really
feature to
being
help secure
accessed or
data
moved or
in the
reviewed
cloud
in an
through the
inappropriate way
Amazon
that not only is
services
it a security
servers.
vulnerability, but it's also against your being able to have
The
your
same
security
servers that
compliance
Twitch uses, wink
intact.
wink.
Amazon Macy classifies current and future objects in the S3 bucket you select. So currently it's only S3 buckets, but in the future you
Yeah,
should
lots of websites
hopefully
use
see
AWS
notifications
as
from
their
AWS about how it's now
server
supporting RDS
or
databases
cloud
as well.
service provider.
So, but right now when you enable Amazon Macy, you can select which buckets you want the data to be analyzed. So it won't automatically do all your data as soon as you enable it. It's also not a very cheap product. So there's no charge for the first 1 gig of data being processed. But if you think about companies, 1 gig of data is very, very tiny. So honestly, there isn't many company that will 1 gig of
If
processing
you
will
hear me
really be enough
talking
to
and you don't understand why
run
I'm
through
talking,
Amazon Macy and
it's
to be
probably because
monitored.
I have text
So
to
after
speech
1 gig,
open
it's
in my
$5
ears and
per
you can't
gig
hear it.
processing. So $5 per gig is pretty pricey, honestly. I read
Unless you
one
can.
Porous solution architect enabled
You guys could
Amazon
hear the text to
Macy,
speech, right?
pointed it to a bucket, and
Like
then
if
the
I type
following month
hi,
bill
would
was
you hear it?
$60,000 because of that
So if I
product,
type
because it was
this,
literally hundreds of terabytes of data. So do not point this at a very large S3 bucket when you
no,
do your assignment. If you follow the
you
assignment,
can't
we
hear
create an
that.
S3 bucket. We're just going to put a couple tiny files in it. It should be way below your
Oh, this is a video from my teacher. This is the professor that is teaching the lecture.
free tier. And once you're done, turn off Amazon Macy just to be sure. So it's just something to keep in mind. If you go work for a company and they have a lot of data, yes, it's a good product. Yes, if you're worried about sensitive data leaving your
Yeah.
company, try it, but be very aware of the cost of this service.
$5 per gigabyte.
Here's a quick pricing example. So if you enable 15 S3 buckets containing a total of 100 gigabytes, after the
Sorry, I
initial
said 15 S3
classification,
buckets.
6 gigs of
That's a
new
lot.
data is added to the S3 bucket every month for a total of 18 gigs of new data for a total of 111 18 gig classification. So if you have that much data for classification, you kind of see how much it costs just to classify the data. But then also you got to look at it analyzes CloudTrail logs. So who's accessing your data? So that's the way it monitors how users are accessing and pulling your data,
Maybe.
or as well as adding data to your S3 bucket. So it keeps track of all that. So, and it's using CloudTrail API calls to be able to monitor that. So when it does that, in this example, there's 1.1 million CloudTrail S3 object level API events per month for a total of 2.1 million events per month. And you choose to extend the metadata retention for 90 days. Now, if you look at the cost for that first month, it's $533 for 100 gigs.
100. Ain't no way.
And then for the second month, it's $338 and $338. So you notice that once the data is classified, it doesn't necessarily have to reclassify.
It's funny because like she said, oh, what's it called? 338. I'm like, nah, that's $38. What you mean? But they're talking about like, oh, the if it's still at at 100, man, my throat hurts. Because it's every month is $5, and then you add plus 6. I don't understand. Because it's Uh, 5 times 5 is 25. And then, where does the 106 come from? Uh, yeah, no, I'm trying to understand this, and I don't even know. I'm looking at this math like, excuse me. I'm looking at this math offended like it killed my family. Where does this 106 come from? Because like I'm assuming it's the price for the year because it's just a random number. Then you add plus 6 to the 106, and then you times it by 0.05, which you get 560, and the other time you get 530, which is 30 cents more. Okay, Russia, 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 Russia. What's the second part of the name mean? Because I know the first part is supposed to be Russia, and then the second one is I don't know. It's welcome and you don't exist.
The content, right? So it's not reclassifying the same content over and over and over again. It will reclassify new content that's been added. But the API calls, right, to monitor what users are
Are
accessing what data and how they're accessing it is constantly being monitored.
the
So
math's not mathing? So true. Are you serious right now? Are you SSRLA? Or are you all right? All right. Good luck with that. I'm like way past college, and I can't get the math right. Because I'm dumb. The name is yeah. I get that your name's a joke, but what does it mean? Yeah. Are yours? Yeah. What does it mean though? What does it mean? Are you? I because you put an emphasis on the U and the I. UI. Ria. E. I don't know.
So the CloudTrail logs, the cost of that is consistent each month. So that's kind of how you come up with these costs down here at the bottom. So just an example of how,
Yeah, but the
yes, that first
letters
month will be
don't.
very expensive, but doesn't necessarily mean every consecutive month will be
Where's the second
quite as
R come
expensive as the
from?
first. So this is what Amazon Macy's dashboard looks like in the console. So if you kind of see here, it has events, the critical assets, critical assets.
I'll pause
So
this
these
for a
are the
second.
number.
I'm gonna check the assignment. What I have to do. Not that one. Not that one. To test some of the features of Amazon Macy, follow the steps below. Create an S3 bucket named Macy's sample last name. Replace last name with your last name. Upload the PII.cvs files provided to Macy's sample last name bucket. Enable Amazon Macy. Configure repository for sensitive data discovery results. Create a job to discover sensitive data. Review your findings. Wait for your findings to appear. 30 minutes. Make the Macy's sample last name S3 bucket public to everyone. Damn. Good luck. What you mean? How you already thinking of college when you're in 6th grade? I mean, I'm pretty sure you said that. Someone wrote that. Am I crazy? Someone says 6th grade math and I can't find it no more. Ah, yeah, yeah. And that's pretty messed up that they would say that. I mean, this was pretty easy when everything was like pretty new in my head. Like, if I had continued college. Oh, damn. Good luck with that, because AI is soon taking over that. I mean, you could be my programmer. Just watch a bunch of YouTube videos before you start. You gotta get them like start watching now. So like when you get into college, you're like, yeah, it's all in my head already. You get the neurons firing. Because like once you already have the neuron pathways in your brain, as soon as you hit it, when like you see it, you recognize it, like it gets easier because you already recognize it. I'm like, all right, I understand what's going on. Bruh. Ain't no way this man just said that. Damn. Already better than me. I'm still trying to do one game and failing. If I'm doing like a non-traditional game, because it's like it's a 2D game, but it's in 3D, and it's like a bunch of pictures. So yeah, I also have to. That is gonna be one of my streams. Part of me coding. It's in Unity. The game that I'm making. Make S3 bucket public. Create IAM access key for user access key secret key. Importance delete the IAM access key for user upload CVs file. Creates new Macy job for the bucket to discover sensitive data. Wait for findings. Disable expensive AWS service. Delete the public Macy last name. Yeah, I don't got that time. I'm an adult. You could do that because you're a child. Children have like so much free time. You could spend 2 years learning how to code. Meanwhile, I have to not do that. I have to be busy with other things and make a living. I wish I could just like spend 2 years learning to code. Exactly, exactly. It never exists. Once you reach a certain age, there's no such thing as free time. It's always just time. And it's down the P. All right, we got. Nah, you liar. Let's open this back up. Let's
S3 objects that it found critical. Total events occurred. So this is CloudTrail showing you the number of events, and the number of user sessions is 41,000. So it's kind of showing that. And then it has user, and this just kind of shows the user level, which users are accessing how much sensitive data and when. So it kind of shows kind of user interaction with Macy here as well. And if you scroll down a little bit further down, it actually gives you this pie chart breakdown of the sensitive data in your account. So it kind of shows you.
Oh damn. No, that's crazy. You were in 6th grade and doing 25 pages? Bro, back in my day, I like the most was like 3 pages. And like the only person writing 25 pages is if you're in college, like, or university, and you're writing your college dissertation, you're graduating with a master's degree. That's the only way you're writing a 25-page paper. Nah, that's crazy. Bro, they're preparing you for like hardcore world, bro. Damn. If you ever like pass that class, you're ready for anything. Not gonna lie. You're ready for the future. Oh nah. I start late, I finish late. I'll get there eventually. That's what I say.
Where are your access keys? You have your RDS private keys, Cisco router configuration file, any sort of certificates may be used for HTTPS or any SSL connections for encryption. So you really want those out. So GitHub keys. So really, it's just showing you. And if you click on it, what's nice is it'll expand and provide further information about those specific objects and where you can find them, like where the S3 bucket is stored and how can you go in there and take a look at permission. And you can kind of drill down and see what users have access to that information, or who in your AWS environment has access to get to that information. So you can determine is this something that should be dealt with. The last service we'll be talking about in this module is known as Security Hub, and this is actually a very, very new product. It's still in preview, but I want to mention it because it relates closely to Inspector and GuardDuty and Macy. So let's take a look at how it works with these other securities. So what is Security Hub? It provides
Are you still awake? It's like 2 in the morning.
view of your AWS security compliance. Now, it sounds like a lot of AWS things we've been working with. But what this does, it provides central location to really monitor a lot of different things. So right now we have looked at AWS Inspector, we looked at Amazon Macy, and we looked at Amazon Macy.
Or
And all these tools are integrated, but they all
5
perform very different tasks.
if
Macy
you're in
monitors
New
data
York.
anomalies. GuardDuty monitors any sort of threat or potential threat based on the network level. On the network level, if someone trying to do is a question of network traffic coming in and out of your environment. And then we looked at Inspector, which actually goes into your EC2 instances operating system and lets you know if there's a vulnerability, something needs to be patched, if there is a zero-day exploit that currently exists for something running on your operating system for your EC2 instances. So that's like OS level, network level, and the data being stored. So it's really 3 different things. But what Security Hub allows is one central location to look at how all those things are faring. How is your data, how's your network, and how's your servers?
Oh, you're an hour
what are
behind
happening.
me, so
it's
it's like
It is currently
1
in
for
preview,
you.
so it's not publicly available or for general use. So you can access Security Hub and use it, but it's not in all the zones.
Damn, bro. You gave me like PTSD from Hawaii, man. One of my exes from there. She broke my heart.
So AWS Security Hub provides that comprehensive view of your security state in your AWS and help you check.
Damn. So 11. So you're 3 hours behind, huh? And you should be sleeping, bro. Normally, if you're like your age, you should be sleeping at like 9, 8 p.m. Bruh, like I didn't start like sleeping at like 12 until like college. And then like I didn't start, yeah. I basically just stopped sleeping. Damn, good luck with that, man. Good luck with that. That's me like every day. I don't be sleeping. This is why I got health issues. That's right, health issues. Being an adult.
If you're compliant with the security industry standards and best practices. So Security Hub collects sensitive.
All right, don't have health insurance. So I don't go to the doctor and I have health issues. No one gives me money.
Data from across AWS cloud services and support third parties. So not only look at Macy, GuardDuty, and Inspector, you can actually look at third-party security tools as well and be able to have third-party security tools monitoring your AWS infrastructure or your on-prem data centers and send that data back to Security Hub. So it has again that one central location. We have a dashboard with all this information. So how does AWS Security Hub work? So quick this assesses any high-level security alerts or compliance violations across GuardDuty, Macy, Inspector, or any third-party software, and continuously monitoring and scanning the findings from these other services. So if it conducts automatic compliance checks as well and runs across industry standard. So if something is detected, it can take action by sending a notification, email, it can send a CloudWatch event, or it can actually trigger a Lambda function. So what are some of the benefits and features of Security Hub? Mostly, it saves you time from collecting information from multiple different sources. So right now, without Security Hub, you have to go through guard duty, you go through Security Hub, guard duty, you go through Amazon Macy, you go through Inspector, any third-party software used to monitor your infrastructure, and you have to look at each of those separately. So this way provides one central location that gives you a visual summary of priority and any sort of compliance issues. So it helps you automate and improve compliance and automate checks, and also help you take a more responsive action. So again, you automate it, notifying you through email, SMS, CloudWatch Met, or igniting a function to perform some sort of repair or fix for whatever's causing the issue. As far as the pricing goes, since it's currently under a preview period, it is free. Once preview ends, you should check back the pricing. One of the things that, even though it's free during the preview period,
No, it's
it
not.
does use AWS Configure for determining compliance to see if your environment is meeting certain compliance. So an AWS Configure is not free. So make sure if you do this, there's no lab assignment that you will be on the quiz and on the final exam. But you should, if you do turn it on, make sure you turn off AWS Configure once you're done checking out AWS Security Hub. Now let's go ahead and look at the lab description.
Damn. I'm about to head out. Not gonna lie. I'm about to dipperoni macaroni out of here. I'm gonna probably do this quiz though. Alright, let's take a quiz. Alright, what is Amazon Macy? Fuck, I forgot. ML powered security service. Monitor network traffic. OS level security monitoring. Oh yeah. User power security. Oh, you didn't. Uh, it's either A or D. I'm assuming A. 'Cause I don't know what that means. Probably tomorrow when I wake up. I mean, when I do homework again. More homework. Amazon Macy continues to monitor data access activities for anomalies and deliver alerts when it detects risk of unauthorized access or inadvertent data leaks. False, maybe. What data sources does Amazon Macy support? CloudTrail, CloudWatch. Maybe not CloudWatch. Maybe Cloud. No, S3. Which of some samples of suspicious activity that Amazon Macy can detect? PI documents, sensitive data, suspicious data. And this is true then. Amazon Guard Duty is continuous security monitoring service that analyzes the processes that follows the data sources. Find data sources. CloudTrail DNS logs, SYS logs, probably, unless it's VPC logs and not DNS logs, probably DNS logs. System logs. Yeah, no, that was honestly me with my parents when they took a 3 day trip, and then I'd be like, just stay up all day, and then just like back in my dad just watch homework. I mean, watch like anime, just don't sleep, and then just be paranoid because I have terrible health issues. I mean, mental health issues. So like I'd be like carrying a knife or like a bat with me at all times when like I was alone in the house because I did not trust. I feel like every time I'm alone, I get super paranoid. I feel like someone's gonna break in because they know I'm alone. Kind of like a Home Alone kind of situation. You probably don't know what that is. It's a really old movie. It's about a child that was left alone at home. Then he makes a trap, and then he catches bandits. By bandits, they mean robbers. People that try to steal your things or try to kidnap you or whatever the situation may be. But yeah, that was like my mindset. And then like even when I'm grown up, I'm still like, nah. Just the feeling of being alone is not, it's not good for me. This is why you stay with other people. All right, let's DNS logs, VPC logs. I feel like system logs would also work though. Probably not. Amazon Guard Duty uses machine learning to identify unexpected and potential unauthorized and malicious activity within your AWS environment. Yes. Guard Duty can detect compromised EC2. Yes. VPC flow logs capture information about virtual something computer. Logs IP traffic, I'm assuming. That's the DNS logs, no? SSL connections? API connection. It's either, I'm assuming API calls because these three are DNS related. DNS, IP, and then SSL have to do with this. This would be the URL is basically a repurposed IP where you get transferred. The SSL is this thing right here, which is tells you the information. And that's the SSL, which is it gives you a certification to allow your website to be HTTPS. And DNS is what allows you to enter the internet. API, you don't need that. I'm assuming that's why it doesn't correspond, but it might be. So I'm confused. What is a VPC? Virtual private cloud. I want to say DNS queries, but no. Probably API calls. Uh, oh no. Uh, good. No, you didn't. AWS Security Hub gives you a comprehensive view of which AWS service. Security Hub. I'm assuming those three. AWS Security Hubs can integrate to multiple AWS accounts. No. Yes. Unless they're AMI or IAM, then no. But maybe yes. Submit. Let's see what I got wrong. I got 9 out of 10. Pog. What did I get wrong? The API calls. Okay. What is it then? No, you didn't. It is IP traffic. I was right. I shouldn't have doubted myself. That was literally my first answer. I was like, IP traffic. No, you didn't. All right. Well, technically, I could take the quiz again. I know it's ML. I know that Amazon DC monitors is true. S3 and CloudTrail for the Amazon Macy support. Yes. What examples of suspicious activity that Macy can detect? Sensitive data in S3, suspicious activity, and Pi documents. We know it's Pi documents because for the assignment for the Amazon Macy, they gave us a Pi.csv. And then Amazon Guard Duty is continuous security monitoring service that analyzes and processes the following data sources, which is VPC flow log, AWS CloudTrail, and DNS logs. I don't think they get into the system logs because they can't get into the system. Technically, the system logs would be because they're getting into a certain like area, but it's like locked away in a certain vault, and then you have to like maneuver to get out. But like it's like isolated, so you wouldn't get the system logs. I think. Um, Amazon Guard Duty uses machine learning to identify. Basically, it's like, oh, this guy is weird. This is not normal activity. Therefore, it uses machine learning to say, hey, who are you? You're not supposed to be here. Guard Duty can detect compromised EC2 instances, serving malware, or bit mining, or mining Bitcoin. Wow, true. I learned that from my previous. All right. Have a good night. It is 2, 1, like 11:13 for you. I think you said. Yeah, 11:13 for you. 11:12. 11 something. IP address. Security guard. Institute. Macy. And true. Question is, do I remember this? Yes. Yes. IP. Macy. Oh, forgot what I put for that. I'm not gonna lie, because I was arguing with myself for a while. I was like, it can if it's AMI. I mean IAM. If it's not, then no. The correct answer. Macy continuously monitors access activities and abnormalities. Yes. Data sources that Amazon Macy supports. S3 definitely. CloudTrail definitely. The question is Flow Log or CloudWatch. One of these. Oh, select two. Then those two. I was about to get that wrong. Okay. And these are all correct. Yep. Yes. IP, not CloudWatch, and I'm assuming false. So submit quiz. It's true, right? I got one wrong, and then I got one wrong. Big yikes. Okay. Do 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 do. All right, I'm gonna end the stream here, and I will see you guys next time. Tomorrow, probably. Goodbye. Oh, I should probably raid you guys. Give me a second. Let's see who is online. Twitch. Is Soul online? Mm, is Xenon in live? No. Someone who I know. But I'm not just rating some random person. Probably not. Big Sag, and I'm not even playing Overwatch, so I can't raid Overwatch people. I guess we're not raiding anyone then. Ooh, free. Uh, I skip what I don't have. Alright, well, I'll see you guys next time.